and welcome to Sports Connect 3, the most awaited, the most popular conference that not only connects us together, it also gives directions to dreams. The very first Sports Connect was a game changer. It was able to bring together the best, the most eminent personalities from both the physio as well as sporting worlds. With Sports Connect 2, we were able to break all boundaries. We had a conference in which there were a lot of firsts. There was a job fair. There was a media conclave. We had participation from every state in the country. The cultural events were a super hit. There were students from so many colleges which were showcasing their raw talent. And of course, they got to connect as well. Now in its third edition, Sports Connect has once again redefined all parameters. We have gone virtual. We turned adversity into opportunities, and this year we have had an international reach, with delegates joining us from around the globe. In Sports Connect 3, you will be able to attend lectures, view posters, judge cultural events, and give your opinions in the conclaves, all at the click of a button. To commence the inauguration of Sports Connect 3, let me introduce you to the fantastic team behind the event, our patrons and the organizing committee. The pillars of support, our patrons Dr. Sanjeev Jha and Dr. R.K. Meena. Our co-patrons Dr. Nishant Gemini, Dr. Pooja Sethi and Dr. Dharam Pandey. The organizing chairperson Dr. Ruchi Varshni. For Dr. Ruchi, Sports Connect is her baby and she has nurtured it always with a lot of passion. The foundation is formed by the rest of the team, Dr. Joji John, organizing co-chairperson, Dr. Ishan Kaushik, organizing secretary, Dr. Zubia Vakar, organizing co-secretary, and Dr. Dinesh Samaj, treasurer. Joint organizing secretaries, Dr. Brijesh Kapoor, Dr. Sandeep Singh, Dr. Kapil Mago, and the conference coordinators, Dr. Deepa Goyal, Dr. Varun Khurana, Dr. Pavan Saini, Dr. Anjana, and Dr. V. Janani. On behalf of this organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to all delegates and participants. To start the conference on an auspicious note, please join us for Saraswati Vandana.
Sani da ba ba da sati mari sani da ba mari sani da ba mari ma pa da da mari sani da ba mari sani da ba mari da ba mari sani da Saraswati namo sute sharade vidya prade Saraswati namo sute sharade vidya prade Saraswati namo sute sharade Vijayavare Saraswati Namostute Sharade Vijayavare Saraswati Namostute Sharade Vijayavare Saraswati Namostute Sharade Vijayavare Saraswati Namostute Karadrita veena pustaka varamani malalankrita 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 Sari ma pada sa pada sari da ba ma ri sa sari ma pada sa pada sari da ba ma ri sa sari ma pada sari ma ri sa ni da ma ri sa ri da ri Saraswati namostute sharade vidyavare लीते नरहरि सुत विधिलालिते नवमणियुत शम्भुकळे नरहरि सुत विधिलालिते नवमणियुत शम्भुकळे नरहरि सुत विधिलालिते नवमणियुत शम्भुकळे नरहरि सुत सुरसेवित पदयुगणे सुधाकर समदवणे सुरसेवित पदयुगणे सुधाकर समदवणे सारि मबद बम बदस सारि मबद बम बदस पदस निध बम रिसनि सारि मबद बम बदस पदस निध बम रिसनि सारि पद मबदस पद सनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद बम बदस पद सनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद बम बदस पद सनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद बम बदस पद रिसनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद सरि मारि सनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद सरि मारि सनि ध बम रिसनि मबद सरि मारि सनि ध बम रिसनि सरि मबद बम बदस.
On behalf of the entire team of Sports Connect 3, it is my privilege to introduce our chief guest, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji. He is the Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji will be delivering a special message for Sports Connect 3.
स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट के सभी प्रतिभागियों को मेरी तरफ से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। आज जब इस तरह की कोई भी कॉन्फ्रेंस सम्मेलन की जाती है तो दिल बहुत ही प्रफुल्लित हो जाता है। यह आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ बढ़ता हुआ सुदृढ़ कदम है, जहां खेल को काफ़ी महत्व दिया जा रहा है। खेल हमारे जीवन का अभिन्न हिस्सा है और हमारी दिनचर्या भी है। खेल की वजह से हम जीवन को एक नया आयाम देते हैं, क्योंकि हमें स्वस्थ रखने में तथा सबसे जरूरी सक्षम होने में आत्मनिर्भर भी करती है। अगर खेल के विषय में बात होती है तो इसे निर्णायक भूमिका निभाने वाले विशेष करके फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट को हम उसको भूल नहीं सकते। एक फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट सिर्फ खेल या खिलाड़ी को नहीं बल्कि पूरे समाज को दर्द से निवारण देकर आत्मनिर्भर होने में मदद करता है। मेरी तरफ से स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस की ऑर्गेनाइजर को, पूरी टीम को बधाई है तथा शुभकामनाएं। साथ ही इसमें भागीदारी लेने वालों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
The list of dignitaries and eminent personalities supporting and being part of Sports Connect grows every year. As chief guest this year, we have General V.K. Singh, soldier, patriot, leader, and now Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways with the Government of India. We welcome you, sir.
आज यहाँ स्पोर्ट्स टीम के कनेक्ट में आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिवादन, आप सबको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। एक खिलाड़ी के लिए खेल सिर्फ खेल नहीं है, वो उसके लिए एक जीवन का लक्ष्य है, उसके लिए एक धर्म के समान है और उसमें उत्कृष्टता हासिल करने के लिए वो जी तोड़ मेहनत करता है, पसीना बहाता है, कोशिश करता है, अपने आप को फिट रखने की कोशिश करता है। इन सब के अंदर उसका सबसे बड़ा दोस्त वो है जो स्पोर्ट्स मेडिसिन को देखते हैं, ये फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट है। फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट की भूमिका एक संकट मोचक की तरह है। वो आपकी कठिनाइयों को दूर करता है, आपके शरीर की थकान, आपके शरीर की चोट, आपको उस खेल के लिए पूरा कैसे तैयार किया जाए, अगर चोट लग जाए तो जल्दी से जल्दी आपको कैसे ठीक किया जाए, इन सब के ऊपर उसका ध्यान रहता है। आपका, एक खिलाड़ी का सबसे बड़ा दोस्त होता है। मैं ऐसे संकट मोचक फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट को सैल्यूट भी करता हूं कि आप खिलाड़ियों का ध्यान रखते हैं, उनको उस लक्ष्य तक पहुंचाते हैं कि वो पदक लेकर आ सके, जीत हासिल कर सके और देश का नाम ऊंचा कर सके। स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट 3 का मकसद यही है कि किस प्रकार हम अलग अलग जो हिस्सेदार हैं, जो भागीदार हैं एक स्पोर्ट्स को आगे ले जाने में, उनको इकट्ठा करें, बातचीत करें, उनके अंदर एक समन्वय पैदा करें। आप यहाँ पर आए, बहुत खुशी हुई। मैं आपके बीच में व्यक्तिगत रूप से मौजूद नहीं हूँ, लेकिन इस टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आप फलें फूलें, हमेशा तंदुरुस्त रहें, आप जिस चीज़ पर अपना हाथ रखें उसमें आपको सफलता मिले। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Making this event truly international is our guest of honor, Ms. Cecilia Winberg, who is the president of the Swedish Physiotherapy Association.
My name is Cecilia Winberg, and I'm the president of the Swedish Association of Physiotherapists. I'm here to send you greetings for your conference that you're going to have in the next few days. Getting together and learning more about our profession is always something fascinating and engaging about it. And it's always when we get together and learn more together with each other and from each other that we together can make way forward for our profession. Especially in these days when the pandemic, who is affecting us all over the world, it's affecting our families, the ones we love, and also affecting the ways that we work. Even so, it's even more fascinating that we can get together and increase our knowledge, even though it's in a digital way. I wish you all the best for the conference in the upcoming days, and I wish that you take this opportunity to learn more from each other, with each other, and together, because I believe that that is the only way that we can move our fantastic profession forward in an evidence and stimulating way. So I wish you all the best. Hope you have a happy conference, and maybe we'll meet sometime in the future. Bye from Sweden.
We extend a warm welcome and our gratitude to Mr. Somjit Singh, our guest of honor. He is the captain of the Indian wheelchair cricket team.
Hello everyone, this is Somjit Singh, captain of Indian wheelchair cricket team. मैं रुचि वासने मैम का बहुत दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट 3 जैसे इतने बड़े इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया, और जितने भी तमाम फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट हमारे बीच में मौजूद हैं, और हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब को भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। इसी तरीके से आप सब सपोर्ट करें फिजियोथेरेपी को, और खेल और फिजियोथेरेपी को आगे बढ़ाएं। जय।
We bring to you a very special message from Mr. Balraj Syal, a famous stand-up comedian and actor. Thank you, sir, for your contribution to Sports Connect and for your words of encouragement.
Hi guys, this is Balraj, and it's a big honor this side to be a part of such a great conference, Sports Connect 3. और मैं स्पेशली एक एक्टर हूँ और एक स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हूँ, और आई हैव गॉन थ्रू लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स ऑफ अप्स एंड डाउन्स इन माई लाइफ, एंड माई फिजियोज हैव हेल्प्ड मी स्ट्रॉन्ग and helped me achieve my dreams, my goals. So I want to thank each and every physio out over there. मेरे दिल से मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि जब भी हम लोग या कोई स्पोर्ट्स पर्सनालिटी जब भी फील्ड पे स्टेज पे जाते हैं तो हमारे ऊपर प्रेशर होता है कि हम अपना बेस्ट करें, देश के लिए अच्छा करें, देश के लिए मेडल्स लेकर आएँ, और उसके लिए फिजिकली फिट रहना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, और आप लोग का उसमें बहुत बड़ा हाथ है. एंड थैंक यू सो मच. और I just want to congratulate Dr. Ruchi for organizing this great event. The first 2 seasons been big hit, and this time improvise किया है उन्होंने और इसको virtual बनाया है, and वही वक्त की डिमांड है. So all the best and hats off, lots and lots of love. जो भी आप लोग कर रहे हैं ऐसे करते रहिए. You guys are the real hero एंड मेरी दुआएं, मेरा प्यार, मेरी रिस्पेक्ट हमेशा आपके साथ है.
I would like to now call upon Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Jha and welcome him once again to Sports Connect. Dr. Jha is the president of the IAP, and under his able leadership and guidance, IAP has truly flourished as an organization of physiotherapists pan-India. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Jha is an accomplished teacher, clinician, and researcher. But what is most amazing about him is his humility and his attention to detail. As a patron of Sports Connect, I have seen him working tirelessly with all of us at the ground level, at every level. So we thank you so much for your support and guidance, which has truly made Sports Connect a household national name for physiotherapists everywhere. We welcome Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Jha.
From the side of Sports Connect 3 team, I welcome all the physiotherapists, all the dignitaries, all the students to this new virtual Sports Connect 3. I have seen in last 2 Sports Connect, it was a grand success. And why it was a grand success? Because it was a symbol of strength, it was a symbol of zeal to succeed, it was a symbol of hard work, and it was a symbol of passion to work for the profession. And to all youngsters, let me remind you on this Happy Valentine Day. You may do whatever you like, but please remember to make physiotherapy as your Valentine. And what I'm saying, that by this good qualities of giving the good work to others for others' upliftment will always succeed. It is very easy to say what he has done, what she has done. But to compete in a positive form, to grow your own lines and do hard work to uplift your profession is the key. अपने लिए तो सभी काम करते हैं, अपनी चीजों के लिए तो सभी दौड़ते हैं, सभी लड़ते हैं, बट जो दूसरों के लिए काम आए, सही इंसान वही है और अपनी जिंदगी को सही मायने में वही चरितार्थ करता है. On this platform, more than 2,000 people are participating. Great dignitaries have given their messages, including many ministers. And I wish Dr. Ruchi Varsne and her team that she should continue to set a new standard, new landmark, new milestones for everyone. Let them compete. Let them think. And let them do something good for the profession. Let there be a competency, but it should be for good. There is an NGO named Badhte Kadam. The owner of that NGO has struggled and came out from nowhere to help out many thousands of the people living in slums. We are here to move ahead, to take everyone with us to a new heights, to take physiotherapy to a new heights. And I can say this, that there is no substitute of hard work. और ये हमें याद रखना चाहिए कि काम बोलता है और दूसरों के लिए किया हुआ काम आगे आकर चिल्ला चिल्ला कर बोलता है. So let's do something where our works speaks. I can say this only for Sports Connect 3 team. जीतेंगे हर जंग, खुद से ये वादा करो. जीतेंगे हर जंग, खुद से ये वादा करो, जितना सोचते हो कोशिशें उससे ज़्यादा करो, जितना सोचते हो कोशिशें उससे ज़्यादा करो। अरे तकदीर भी रूठे पर हिम्मत ना टूटे, मजबूत इतना अपना इरादा करो। और इसी मजबूत इरादे के साथ लेट मी टेल एवरीबॉडी अ वेरी हैप्पी वैलेंटाइन डे and also a very grand and successful Sports Connect 3 event. And I am sure on virtual platform also this will show a new path. It is going to set a new standard, and it is 100% going to give your mind a lateral direction, a different way of thought process to uplift the profession, to discuss the profession, and to do new and setting new horizons in physiotherapy. All the best, and thanks a lot, Dr. Ruchi Vasne, for giving me the opportunity to speak for your conference. Thank you. Thanks to whole and entire team. All the best from my side. Thank you.
We welcome to Sports Connect 3 Dr. Ali Irani. Any mention of sports physiotherapy in India is incomplete without his name. Dr. Ali Irani was the physiotherapist for the Indian cricket team from 1987 to 1997. He is the head of the Department of Physiotherapy, Sports Medicine and the Rehabilitation Center at Dr. B. Nanavati Hospital in Mumbai. Currently, he is regarded as the physiotherapist of Bollywood celebrities. We welcome Dr. Ali Irani to Sports Connect and thank him for being a constant source of support, guidance and mentorship to us.
Hi everybody, I wholeheartedly welcome you to Sports Connect 3. Without the organizing secretary Dr. Ruchi, it wouldn't have happened. I thank Dr. Jha, President IAP, Dr. Annamalai, General Secretary IAP. This conference, Sports Connect 3, has a participant of more than 2,500 delegates, more than 40 speakers, and I have special thanks to the Mantri ji who has come. I want to thank Padma Shri Jaspal Rana ji. I want to also thank President of Swedish Association of Physiotherapy who has come all the way from Europe. Thank you ma'am for coming. Thank you everybody for coming and joining us. And I'm sure all the physiotherapists of India would enjoy this conference with speakers from all over the world and all specialities. Sorry I could not be there, but my message in soul, in heart, and my wishes are with you all. I hope you all have a lovely learning sessions. All the best. Thank you, Dr. Ruchi again. Thank you, Dr. Jha, Dr. Annamalai. Have a great day. Thank you.
Please join me now in welcoming Dr. Annamalai. Dr. Annamalai is the Director of Alliance Physio Solutions and he is an ACE physiotherapist, clinician and researcher. His expertise in dealing with sports physiotherapy and patients with critical conditions, complicated conditions, and his own research and expertise related to patient outcomes has led to the development of a unique technique called KCAT. Dr. Annamalai is committed to spreading his knowledge, and today we are very thankful to him for contributing to Sports Connect.
Dear friends and my fellow colleagues, really I'm happy to be here this morning for this great spectacular event of Sports Connect, the season 3. I think our President Sir of IAP, Sanjeev Jha Sir, has given a wonderful note regarding this. So I would like to give a small idea about it. We all are right now in post-COVID era, where the India is just creating a great spectacular outcome around the world by helping all the countries with vaccine, by improving the biotechnology in science, and we are really grown on the extent of science in that way, kind of space to vaccine. So it's all our honor of all our fellow colleagues and therapists. It is our responsibility to update our movement science as a therapist, and we have to make our country proud. So this kind of events, which is called Sports Connect 3, which is third year right now going on, it's a wonderful event. Here you can update yourself, and it is going to create a wonderful bridge between the old ideas and new novel ideas, means the conventional thoughts, and it is going to create an hybrid kind of a new applied thoughts. So this is going to improve the focus of young therapist, young budding therapist. So focus more on sports, because right now the government is also focusing on Fit India movement and lot of sports activity around the country. That to post-COVID era, everybody is having a health awareness. This is the right time to stimulate our therapist to understand better into it. So this kind of update should happen everywhere in the country. And really it's a rocking event. I'm really congratulating all for making this wonderful event. And this kind of events will help us to guide our young forces and also to know the boundaries and limitations, but the effective way of playing as a participant in this sports arena. So once again, congratulating this event, Sports Connect, and also congratulating the entire team of Sports Connect. And I'm congratulating the brainchild of Dr. Ruchi. This Sports Connect is. So my best wishes, and it has to go a long way, and it has to inspire a lot of people in our profession. Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to Mr. Arun Singhal, the CEO of FFSAI, the Food Regulatory Authority of India, which is in charge of setting up standards for the food industry and also for regulation of manufacturing, storage, distribution, sale and import of foods. FFSAI comes under the purview of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Mr. Arun Singhal ji, we welcome you to Sports Connect 3.
Dr. Ruchi Varshney and all the participants in this Sports Connect 3 National Physiotherapy Conference. A very good morning to all of you. Let me begin by thanking you for inviting me to be here with you today. It's a great pleasure for me. Before I talk about how FSSAI can associate with you, I want to begin by saying a big thank you to all of you on behalf of my family. I want to recount a personal experience. My mother-in-law was 60 years of age 15 years ago. She went to visit her son in the US, and when she came back from the US, she was in so much pain because of arthritis that we had to take her immediately to AIMS for injections to ease the pain. And after conducting x-rays, the doctors at AIMS said that total knee replacement would be required. They gave a prescription and they asked her to come back after 2 months for the knee replacement operation. In the meantime, they advised us to go to the physiotherapist in AIMS and consult her. So we went to AIMS physiotherapist, and she gave some instructions to my mother-in-law about exercises to be carried out at home. My mother-in-law went back. She lives in Dehradun, and for 2 months she very diligently followed all those exercises. When she came back after 2 months, she was admitted to AIMS. The knee had been procured. The operation was to take place. The doctor came to visit her on the eve of the operation, and he said, I will not operate because there's so much improvement in your knee. Your condition is so much better that you do not need to go for an operation right now. And please continue these exercises. It has been 15 years since then, and I'm very happy to say that today my mother-in-law is able to walk without having a cane, and no knee replacement surgery has been carried out. So this is just an illustration of how effective physiotherapy can be, and I want to thank all of you personally for playing such an important role in society to help people. Healthcare professionals in general, they play a very critical role towards preventive and curative healthcare. But today physiotherapy is emerging as a better treatment to restore, to maintain, and to enhance a patient's mobility, functions, and well-being. These days, you see patients not only with injuries, illness, or disability, but at the same time, you treat a lot of patients dealing with arthritis, joint pains, osteoporosis, etc. A lot of these diseases are connected with sedentary lifestyle, unhealthy food habits, and lack of essential micronutrients in our body. With your vast network and outreach, you can educate your patients on adopting healthy lifestyles and right eating habits through simple tips and methods for long term health benefits by avoiding problems relating to food. For example, FSSAI promotes large scale fortification of 5 staples, including rice, wheat flour, edible oil, milk, and salt with micronutrients. And these staples appear to be very good vehicles to deliver nutrients to large sections of the population. Your patients can be sensitized about adopting fortified products with plus F logo. You could also dispel any myths or misconceptions regarding dosages of fortificants that are mixed in these staples, as the upper and lower limits are very carefully determined by FSSAI, and all these fortified foods are safe to consume. The Eat Right initiative of FSSAI promotes availability of safe and healthy food that is sustainable in nature. To reach grassroots levels, FSSAI works with various networks and consumer organizations to nudge consumers to adopt right eating practices. For this, a network of professionals in food and nutrition called NetProFan has been created, which has been joined by associations of doctors, nutritionists, chefs, etc. It would be a great opportunity for the Association of Physiotherapists to join this network and work with FSSAI in spearheading the agenda of eating right. FSSAI has created a lot of IEC material that can be disseminated in public through your support. These days, a lot of youngsters do extensive workouts in gyms and sometimes seek your assistance in case of any casualty. We all know that for any kind of sports activity or physical activity, right nutrition is essential, and educating young people about right eating habits and how to use various bodybuilding products, especially various kinds of health supplements, is very much required. FSSA has notified regulations for health supplements, nutraceuticals, foods for special dietary use, foods for special medical purposes, functional foods, and novel foods. These regulations provide for general conditions for manufacture and sale of these foods, besides providing details of each type of above foods in individual chapters regarding essential composition, requirements related to claims and labeling, permitted use of additives, etc. Also, the regulation provides for a list of vitamins and minerals, amino acids, the values for vitamins, minerals, and trace elements which are allowed to be used in such food types. To provide right information to our sport professionals and athletes, FSSAI, with the help of relevant subject experts in the field, including Sports Authority of India and the National Anti-Doping Agency, has also developed and issued a guidance note on food for special dietary use for sports persons, which is available on our website. FSSAI time to time advocates that one should never take such products without proper consultation and avoid consuming fake products for achieving short-term gains just because they make false claims and look attractive. I believe that is the equal responsibility of our healthcare fraternity, including the network of physiotherapists, to disseminate right information and knowledge to patients as well as general public so that they can consume food for special dietary use and health supplements cautiously. I request all of you to please leverage our IEC material and disseminate the right messaging on safe and healthy eating practices. We look forward to all of you getting associated with us through our NetProFan. And let me add here that I really hope that the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professions is formed quickly, thereby the road to mutual recognition of qualifications with other countries can open up, and our physiotherapists who are doing such a wonderful job in our own country have opportunities to go abroad and show their worth. I wish you luck and I wish you prosperity. Thank you very much.
As any physiotherapist will tell you, to be able to perform and function well, a human being needs a brain for control and coordination, strong muscles to be able to work hard, and a heart to keep everything pumping. Well, we have with us our organizing chairperson, Dr. Ruchi Varshney, the brain that controls everything in this event. The muscles that work tirelessly day and night, and her heart, which keeps on beating for the profession. Instead of basking in her success as a professional, Dr. Ruchi has taken it on herself to prove the power of Nari Shakti. She is the driving force of our profession. Be it radio shows, seminar, talks or lectures, Dr. Ruchi is at the forefront of presenting the face of physiotherapy in India. She started the Women's Cell and is now the treasurer of the IAP as well. She is an inspiration in so many young students wanting to make a mark in the world. Please welcome Dr. Ruchi Varshney, organizing chairperson of Sports Connect 3.
गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते। मैं रुचि वाशनी, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग चेयरपर्सन स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट 3। आज तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ हर एक उस व्यक्ति का जो इस उपलक्ष्य में हमारे साथ है। आज वैलेंटाइंस डे के दिन उन्होंने स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट को अपना वैलेंटाइन बनाया, प्रोफेशन को अपना वैलेंटाइन बनाया। My sincere and heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, श्री अश्विनी चौबे जी। सर ना ही एक बहुत अच्छे लीडर हैं, बहुत ही अच्छे इंसान हैं और बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट और फिजियोथेरेपी की महत्ता को समझते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू टू द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर जनरल वी.के. सिंह सर। सर यू आर अ लीडर, यू आर अ मोटिवेटर, अ गाइड, अ फिलोसोफर और बहुत सारे लोग आपको फॉलो करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच टू द एक्टर मिस्टर बलराज। Thank you so much to Cecilia, the President of Swedish Association of Physiotherapists, for your kind words. Thank you to dear Sir Padma Shri Jaspal Rana जी, जो स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट के जन्म लेने से लेकर उसके बड़े होने तक शायद उसके साथ ही रहेंगे और ये दिखाता है सर का फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के लिए प्यार। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू टू FSSAI, मिस्टर अरुण सिंगल जी, CEO of it. Sir, thank you so much to join with us today. Thank you so much to our speakers, to our great guns who have been with us throughout, have supported us. बहुत आसान नहीं है वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म पर इतने बड़े इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करना with more than 45 speakers, but it is because of my patrons, Dr. Sanjeev Jha sir, अली रानी सर, अन्नामलाई सर और एंटायर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट जिसने दिन रात लगाया और इसको मुकम्मल करने में हमारी मदद की। संजीव झा सर, आपने हर एक स्टेप पर कॉन्क्लेव, स्पीकर, ऑर्गेनाइजर हर तरीके से हमारी मदद की। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू टू ऑल। थैंक यू टू माय कल्चरल कमिटी। बहुत इजी नहीं है जगह जगह से ढूंढ के अपने प्रोफेशन के मोतियों को चुन के लाना। थैंक यू टू माय साइंटिफिक प्रेजेंटेशन कमिटी जो कि 136 से ज़्यादा प्रेजेंटेशंस को जज करना और उसके बाद टाइमली उसकी जजमेंट देना एंड दैट टू ऑन द वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म। थैंक यू सो मच एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंटली थैंक्स टू ईच वन ऑफ यू। यू आर वेरी स्पेशल टू मी। यू नो स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट अब एक कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स कनेक्ट एक त्योहार है हर उस फिजियो का जो अपने प्रोफेशन से प्यार करता है। हमारा थीम गिविंग डायरेक्शंस टू ड्रीम्स एक्चुअली इस कोविड-19 में बहुत सारे ड्रीम्स को तोड़ा था और हम फिर इस साल 2021 में एक नई होप के साथ, एक नए विश्वास के साथ आए हैं कि हम अपने यंगस्टर्स को एक दिशा दे पाएंगे, उनको सही राह दे पाएंगे, सीखेंगे भी और सिखाएंगे भी। तो आज अपने लर्नेड स्पीकर्स से सीखते रहिए, हर लाइव वोटिंग का हिस्सा बनिए, हर कंपटीशन के साथ जुड़िए. And thank you so much, thank you so much. My heartfelt gratitude to my patrons, to my organizing committee, to my entire back-end team, the digital team. You've supported us a lot. And not last but not the least, our sponsors. हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स नहीं होते तो ये ग्रैंड इवेंट पॉसिबल नहीं था. Thank you to our media partner, to our digital partner, to our academic partner Kailash Institute, scientific partner Khyati Foundation, research partner SBS Balawala, to our digital partner It's For You, to our earshot media partner Radio Mirchi, and everyone who has been associated with us. Health Track, MW, Proceed Foundation of India, PhysioSlim, Tynor, VPK, Oscar India. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we bring to you one of the most popular conclaves which has far-reaching effects for all of physiotherapy education. This is the Principles, moderated by Dr. Jitendra Sharma. We have today with us Dr. Dhanesh Kumar, Dr. Bhavna Gadhavi, Dr. Supriya K. Vinod, Dr. Reshma Khurana, Dr. Manit Dikshit and Dr. R. K. Meena.
Hello friends, welcome to the third edition of Sports Connect. We are here in the Principals Conclave, the E-Conclave, and the previous edition, which was supposed to happen, could not materialize because of COVID, something godly, I believe, in this particular phase. And we are trying to cover up and make amends for mistakes or for the delays that could have happened in celebrating our Sports Connect. It's a matter of privilege and pride to be amongst the stalwarts of physiotherapy education in India. I welcome all the honorable panelists to today's particular section, especially Dr. Professor Sanjeev Jha, who is also the president of our Indian Association of Physiotherapists. With us, we also have Dr. Bhavna Gadhavi from Ahmedabad. Dr. Reshma Khurana is also joining us from MP. Dr. Manit Dikshit from Gorakhpur, Dr. Rajkumar Meena from the NCR region, and Dr. Nehal Shah is again from Gujarat. So we have people who've had tremendous experience, who have tremendous experience, and who have been path breakers in the field of administration and academics of physiotherapy. I welcome you all, my dear friends and colleagues. सबसे पहले बात करें हम कोविड की ही. It was a lifetime experience, a lifetime kind of an event for all of us, something that we will surely remember, I think, forever in our lifetimes. Apart from being a personal experience, for many of us, it was a huge learning curve as well. As administrators, as professionals, we saw many things around us which elated us also and which disturbed us also. A couple of these particular issues, I would like to have your opinions that how did you manage in all of these situations. The first one was the effect of COVID on teachers. How did the teachers, in your particular opinion, you are yourself teachers, you have taught also, and you have some other colleagues also under your wings. How do you think, can you please share your experiences, your views, and the experiences of your fellow teachers? I invite Dr. Bhavna. Ma'am, kindly share your particular views and your experiences.
Okay, so COVID-19 had impacted and is still impacting all of us. Being whatever the professions you are, it is impacting everybody's outcome. And so as with the teachers, as everybody knows that the most affected profession worldwide is the teaching profession due to COVID-19. And if we see 219 million college students are being affected or they are being kept at home due to COVID-19. So as the teachers who are teaching these students into the campus, into the institutions, the most important thing which we need to focus here is two aspects how the teachers were being affected is the physical aspects and the psychological aspect. If we see about physical aspect, then there are two things which we can market here is there are positive points or we can call it as blessing in disguise. Like there are much good points to be considered or much good effects to be there into COVID-19 where online teaching were being practiced majorly. The teachers are being asked to be at home. If I take physiotherapist as a clinician apart, then the physiotherapy teachers were at home and teaching from home only to all the students. So the benefited thing here is they were with their families, they were taking care of their families. Along with that, they were teaching to all the students. So they did not feel to get deprived from their occupation or from their happiness of teaching. But the other thing which is very importantly associated with online teaching is it was all of the sudden. So if we talk about the middle-aged teachers like me who have initially practiced with the chalk and board method, and then they were being evolved to the PowerPoint presentations or audiovisual method, and then later suddenly all of suddenly they were being asked to go for online teaching. So it was very difficult for the teachers even to be compatible with this sudden change or sudden requirement of a time. So it was much challenging for the teachers. uh, that only made them psychologically even down, or they were so much stressed psychologically because they were feeling that the teaching power or the skill of the teaching are not being much more explored or utilized into online teaching if they are not technically competent. So that is why this had become challenging for the teachers in that view. Uh, the benefit of this is again there is no boundaries or no physical boundaries, so you can teach a student who is sitting at any corner of the world, even we can say. So here comes I guess physiotherapy is the field where most webinars have started with the teaching. Like if we see about in India, there are various platforms they have started with the webinars or e-talks we call it as. So that was again blessing in disguise where various experts across the globe are being exposed to the students who have maybe who cannot reach to them if it would have been a physical coaching or teaching. So that was again positive point. But again negative point is one-to-one concentration of the student or feeling of the student to see face to face, practical barriers, clinical barriers, to show it on patients, to show it on models. That was been very much stressful for a teacher to handle it. So I guess both the aspects had to be faced by teacher at being at home or affected by pandemic.
Yeah, in fact, yes, this technology shift was itself a big challenge for quite a lot of us.
Yeah.
And the children rather are more smarter than us, and they even knew how to hoodwink the teachers also in this. But coming to this particular point of use of technology, Dr. Reshma, do you think that as a teacher that you are satisfied with the kind of the teaching that we have been able to give to our students via the online mode? Number one. And number two, Dr. Bhavna ji also delved upon the important point of the plethora of webinars that were conducted in this particular time. So does it not give a particular idea to the student to that we can learn via the webinars? So why attend the college or why attend the classes? Does that not sort of dilute the importance of classroom teaching?
Very well said, sir. And I think Bhavna ma'am has almost focused much on this point. But to, start with maybe COVID-19 outbreak, it has been an unprecedented threat to, all the aspects like social, economical, and let's not neglect to our education and our physiotherapy training also, and let us admit that teachers or maybe faculties, they endure all this, say that this entire education system on their shoulders. So they have been going through this transition throughout, and, the limited tools, as you said, the online teaching methods where the teachers were forced. So this unfriendly online system has put up a lot of, stress. See, if I talk about myself, the first day when I took a class on Google Classroom or the Zoom, so it was like I was gazing into a blank screen and where I was trying to, build up my students' interest and maybe trying to make them enthusiastic so that they can take up my learning, as I was throughout into that blackboard teaching and happily into it. So the students somewhere had that, complete problems understanding initially. But as you said, students are very smart. So, later on, as months were passing, they have nicely, they catch up, they caught up with all those methods. And eventually they are doing. But, all this, say these 9 months or 10 months of pandemic period, the entire performance pressure on teachers, the fear of losing jobs, and the scarcity of equipments, the not so much techno-friendly attitude, the communication barriers, as Bhavna ma'am also stressed upon. So all these, modes or methods, or, they have been quite stressful. And but if we see, somewhere we have groomed, and students, I feel, as you said, coming on that webinar part. Yeah, okay. Before that, if I speak about the online classes only, the whole 9 months, what they have studied, like the university where I work, we have taken their offline exams, and students have done so. I mean, we cannot say that they have not grasped or they have not learned. Yes, the practical aspect has been lacking. The if we come to second year stretching parts, maybe exercise therapy, students were not able to grasp it that much as they would have done in an offline mode. So it is there where they lack. And similarly, similar experiences I can relate with webinars. जो इतने सारे वेबिनार्स हुए हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं फ्री भी बहुत हुए हैं और स्टूडेंट्स ने ये स्टूडेंट्स हमेशा इजी मोड को जल्दी पकड़ते हैं, तो कई बच्चों ने इसको अटेंड किया, कर भी रहे हैं, लेकिन आई थिंक लॉन्गर रन में ये उतना फ्रूटफुल नहीं रहेगा, ये मेरा मानना है। क्योंकि प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग जब तक आप सीखे नहीं, और फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के लिए तो ये हाथ ही सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है। आप जब तक हाथ से फील नहीं कर सकते, ये चीज मुझे मेरे गुरु झासन ने सिखाई है कि जब तक आप अपने हाथों का इस्तेमाल नहीं करें, जब तक आप फील नहीं करें, आप सीख नहीं सकते। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये बच्चे अगर इसको रिवाइज नहीं करते हैं, या इसको एक हल्के में, जिसको हम कहते हैं बहुत लाइट मोड में ही कंटिन्यू करते हैं, तो ये लॉन्गर रन में सिर्फ उनके स्टूडेंट लाइफ पे या उनके डिग्री पे नहीं, बल्कि एक प्रोफेशन पे भी रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा।
I think, Sharma sir, what Dr. Resma is saying, I'm just remembering one quote of Franklin Benjamin, that tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, and involve me and I learn. And this involve me and I learn was actually lacking on online platform.
Yes.
And let me tell you that this involve me and learn is very important. It is like teaching swimming without swimming pool. So I feel, Dr. Sama, that this COVID era has taught us that whatever you do technically, whatever you do by your hands, by your minds, and you create, you cannot and will never be able to supplement a natural way of doing
learning and teaching.
Yes.
Brilliant. Yes, sir. Sir, bilkul, you all across all sectors it was there. One thing that I would like to ask you a couple of things on this particular thing, sir. First of all, in your opinion, people who were sent home, let's say on half salaries or with an uncertainty whether they will be made to rejoin subsequently or not, do you think that they could they were motivated enough to teach well? Number one, because obviously money is a big factor. What your salary is, that is a big motivation to teach, to be in any particular profession per se. So, but when that particular thing is dwindling, it is going down, or when there is uncertainty about that particular factor, I would think that the teacher might be not motivated enough to give his or her best into this particular regard. And more importantly, the second part of it is that over a period of time, this COVID, it stayed for a good 9 to 10 months. And the teaching sector, the schools and colleges are the last ones to have opened. Everything opened, the market opened, the cinema halls opened, the gymnasium opened, everywhere. Everything, but the school and colleges were the only places where the students were supposed to get corona and not anywhere else. So this financial instability that came with the lesser salaries or no job at all over this particular period of time, how do you think that the teachers would have coped with all of this, sir?
You are asking me, Dr. Sama?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
See, I feel as an administrator of this profession till now, I'm into so many things of education. That everything is market driven, and there is corona. I will still say that so-called corona. Why I say so-called corona? Because in March only I was saying that this is quite natural one. I do agree that scientists and doctors are having a different ideas, but the idea is that thousands and lakhs of viruses are going on all across the world. And we never did that what we have done now. Even 1918, when this particular sort of pandemic, that time also it was not the same way as we have dealt right now. Let me tell you about the education. I feel education sector is one of the most stable sector of industries. Why I say this, that colleges are like that you invest for 4 years and you earn for life. This I'm talking about for those who are running the colleges. And let me tell you, in many colleges, like in my college and in many good colleges, there was no talk of cutting up the salary. There was no talk of half salary or this salary or that salary. I feel I don't want to, but I'm a frank speaker, so I can say this, that rather than putting half salary, no salary, this salary, that salary, it was a corona side of managing finance of various colleges and just getting a one excuse of not paying to the teachers. So this should not have happened. But I have seen that almost in 90% of the colleges it has happened. And this is not the right way, because when you earn a lot, then you don't give a percentage of it to your teachers. Then there was no point that you cut a salary of a teacher. But still that was done, and naturally a salary of a teacher, if it is not there, naturally they will be less motivated. Nobody will be working on the same motivation without salary. So your second part is very good, that saying this, that somebody, if he's not getting paid properly, naturally he's not going to the institution. But as far as physiotherapists are concerned, for me, my example, I was going to my college even during the Corona period.
Sure.
And actually, let me tell you that apart from the student used to go earlier, only OPD was not working that way. So IPD was still going on. So I feel wherever, I do agree that the education sector was most affected, but it is still, you know, by God grace in India, we are now moving almost like a non-corona period. But let me tell you, the world scenario, it is very worse till now. And maybe the good immunity level or good way how we are getting helped by God, that India is moving in the right direction. And let's hope that all these sort of institutions, those who are cutting the salaries and taking the penny out of teachers' pocket, this is something, a corona dent in a wrongful way of earning, that I can say. So that should not be there. And I feel that teachers should be paid as they were paid earlier. And rather, I feel I will advocate this, that they should be paid extra, because most of them, they did an extra effort to teach their student. So this is how I take it as an educationist.
Very true, very right, sir, very right.
In my college, not a single rupee cut was there for any staff.
Brilliant. Brilliant, sir. Brilliant. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that.
Even
I
in
think
my college.
as what. Brilliant.
Even in my
Good.
college.
Good to hear that. Good to hear that. A lot of credit, I believe, to our immunity goes to the Golgappa Walas who are boosting this thing, and we are seeing lesser number of cases of corona in our particular time. But just coming on to the same particular topic, Dr. Manith, this scenario, adverse situation that 90% of the institutions, as Dr. Jha said, did face and did experience. So did this in sort of, in your particular knowledge, create any kind of a resentment in cadre, in the teaching cadre, that, okay, we are being exploited? You know, looking at their workload actually had increased during this particular time. They were taking the classes online also. The same on the PDF format and taking exam, everything happened. So did you experience, or did any of your colleagues experience any kind of a resentment in this particular regard? Dr. Manith?
Hello, am I audible?
Hello, Dr. Manith?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are very audible,
Yes,
sir.
am I audible?
Could you hear me?
Yes, you're very
please.
true, sir. That this this I would quote rather Jha sir, that this wrong way of making money out of Corona, I would say it rather. Actually, before answering to your question that what impact it gave on the teachers, I couldn't understand the economy of this college industry. That how come anyways they were in any kind of loss, because this is the industry where you paid annually. I mean, students are supposed to pay their fees anyhow. It could be 5 months, 6 months, or 7 months late, but eventually all the students were supposed to pay their fees, and I don't think any of the government give any relaxation for any of the students or for any of the community that they're not supposed to or they shouldn't be paying their fees. So fees were paid to the schools, and especially in the colleges, in higher education, fees were paid and they are being paid. Number one, if you're not running your colleges, your institutions for 8 9 months, and teachers are actually taughting from their home, they're using their phone, their laptop, and internet to provide the education. College is also saving on the running cost of the institutions. I mean, imagine about the electricity bill, imagine about the petrol cost, imagine about the all other extra costs which they were not supposed to pay in these 8 9 months. So in my mind, colleges were in profit. There wasn't any loss. At least I couldn't see any loss where colleges have lost their money or they haven't made their money. I mean, there could be only three aspects. You got the fees you were supposed to get. Admissions, you all would be agreeing that there wasn't any drop in the rate of admissions. I mean, all over the, at least as far as I know, number of institutions, all of them are full. Nobody is saying that we haven't got the admissions. Admissions are full. Fees are being paid or they have been paid. So where is the loss anyways? So I agree 100% to Jhansa that there shouldn't have been any cut at the first place. In fact, I was able to convince my management, and later on they changed their mood and they paid. But yes, your question was out about what impact, because certainly there were so many institutes I have heard of where teachers have been paid half of the salary. Many of they have been asked to sit back at home and they would be called back later as and when requirement will be there. So situation was of that sort, and that certainly need to be assessed that what impact it gave on the teachers. I tell you, there is a trend, especially in the semi-urban cities, that most of the teachers do get confused that whether they should look out for their clinical practices or not, and whether they should completely devote themselves to the teaching and to the teaching profession, or they should do it 50-50, like teaching in first half and then going to some clinic or making money out of it in the second half. And most of the devotee teachers I know, and most of the teachers, the great teachers from whom I have read, they were of the mind that if you are doing something in academics, you should stay there only, and you should focus on the methods and new you should you should be innovating about new methods of teaching and how you can make sure that each and every student or the humble most student of your class gets educated. But now after this I would say a wrong way of making money of colleges, teachers do have been of the feeling that we should look out for other options as well, or we should be looking out for our clinical scope or clinical practice as well. So it has really affected them negatively. It has really affected them in a way that I would say that they all are demotivated. They aren't looking to this profession as confidently as they were before Corona, because now they know and there could be a day where if not Corona, something else, and maybe I would be asked to sit again at my home, and then probably investing my energy and my knowledge in clinic would pay me in better way than involving me in institutions. uh, I have been experiencing this shift in the thinking process of the teachers, even in my institutes. I have spoken to many of them personally, and I felt that this wrong method of teaching method of entrepreneurs who are involved in academy 40s and have just joined this profession. They curious, or I would say in a dilemma, that them to clinical aspects as well. So I would say this hasn't really, this hasn't really been of a good taste for teachers. And but I think we all should make an effort to convince management people and entrepreneurs that there hasn't been any loss anyways. I don't understand that there have been industry which have been in loss, and that is why they have done these cutoffs. But as far as education, and especially higher education, where anyways students have paid their fees, I don't think these institutions were in loss, and they shouldn't have done this. So I completely agree to Jhansa. And while agreeing to him, I would also answer your question in a negative way that yes, these sort of actions which have been taken from the management side, certainly now when the teacher goes back to the offline days, he is in a dilemma or I would say that if you ask him 9 months before that, where do you see yourself after 10 years, 20 years? He would be answering you that, sir, on your chair or maybe on the chair of HOD. But now he has a different answer. He says that now I'm really focusing on my clinical part. So the one who really had good and really excited to throw everything they have for this profession, for academics, they have taken a step back. So
All right. It's very interesting to know that the managements have taken this kind of an adverse or a negative kind of a step when they have exploited the teachers in this sort of a way. And what's more interesting is that a lot of these institutions are being run by societies and trusts, which in their bylaws at the time of opening educational institutes say that we are going to be non-profit kind of organizations and institutions. So in that particular context, when they are looking at the profits and losses in a very critical and a crucial time like Corona, this doesn't delve, or this raises the question on the whole system of existing, of existence of societies and trusts which are supposed to be running the educational institutions. As a principal, you would have, you are the mediator between a teacher and the management. You are the conduit. You are the pipeline between the two. So obviously, you had a very critical role to play in this whole particular, episode of COVID. Dr. Nehal, if I can have your opinion, Dr. Saab, how did the management react to your requests, to your particular, to your feelers, to your feedbacks that the teachers are being under stress? They are under stress, physical, mental, and so we need to have certain mechanisms or certain modes to allay their fears and obviously retain them also, because if the teacher is not being looked after, he will or she will try to go in to some other institution, and as a good manager you don't want to lose good manpower.
If you are asking about my experience, I'm working with a municipal corporation college. So apart from this online teaching job, we all were involved with a lot of COVID duties. So if you ask about me and my faculties, all of us were having dual tasks. So if in a private institute, a teacher is sitting at home and doing online teaching, at our place, we were doing dual tasks, like managing the COVID duty, and in whatever remaining time we have been taking lectures. And of course, as Bhavna ma'am said, and as everyone said, it was initially a hurdle to begin with online teaching, right? And then when the kind of setup where I work, where you don't have those infrastructure with you, you know, if you want to teach, हमको मैनेजमेंट ने क्लियरली, मेरे मैनेजमेंट ने यही बोला था कि मैडम आपको पढ़ाना है तो आप अपनी जिम्मेदारी पे पढ़ाओ, हम आपको ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट में फोर्स नहीं कर रहे हैं कि आप पढ़ाओ। आपके लिए प्रायोरिटी अभी कोविड ड्यूटी है, आपके लिए प्रायोरिटी अभी जो पेशेंट्स आ रहे हैं या तो जो कॉरपोरेशन जो काम कर रही है कोविड की, उसमें हाथ बटाना है। तो अगर आप पढ़ाना चाहते हो तो वो एक्स्ट्रा है, जिसके लिए ना ही हम आपको कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड कर सकेंगे, ना ही हम आपको कोई एक्स्ट्रा फैसिलिटी या ऐसा कुछ देंगे। Yes, by the grace of God, because we fall into a government kind of a setup, हमारा सैलरी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं हुआ है। I mean, you know, we were rightly paid and no deduction in the salary. Yes, we were given quite some incentives for doing this kind of COVID work. But yes, we did face a lot of hurdles into this. Now, my faculties were actually, you know, there was a lot of stress because when rest of the world is at home, we are in the hospital setup. We are very much in the hospital. So coming to the hospital itself is a scary thing. So जिनके छोटे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं, I mean those who have kids, they're afraid of coming to the hospital. Okay, they're coming, they have to come because we did not get offs even on Sundays. So if you ask me, I was working right from the day this lockdown happened till almost last month without a single break, and that is without a single break even on Sundays. So for us and for our kind of a setup, more than a financial thing, it was a lot of mental toll that we people had. And then convincing the management that teaching is equally important, we need to teach as well. We had to opt to all the free platforms. Matlab ki, okay, fine, even if it is 40 minutes free platform, we used to take it because we wanted to teach, we wanted to comply with the syllabus, because at the same time we are competing with n number of colleges coming in the same university. So doing this COVID duty, trying to compete with the other colleges and trying to prove ourselves along with managing our own mental stress because COVID itself has got a huge mental impact. Aur uske saath we are working in a hospital where almost 800 to 1000 COVID patients were getting admitted at a time. So working with those kind of a setup, working in ICUs, working with all the other logistics, like, you know, those surveillance duties, field surveillance, telecontacting, जो contact tracing वाला duty है, सब किया हमने, और उसके साथ बच्चों को पढ़ाया. So there was a huge mental effect on my teachers, and to be able to tell this to management, not possible, because for them priority was controlling the COVID. So this was the scenario of our kind of a setup compared to all other self-finance college setups where the challenge was teaching from home, challenge was salaries. Our challenge was not a financial one, but yes, it was a huge mental toll on all of us.
I would add on it, sir, because I come from the college which is totally the self-finance college where there is no COVID duty, no hospital duties, nothing. But there the mental status or the psychological impact was related to their salaries, related to burden or pressure of the admissions, related to financial burdens or financial pressure. Everything was there. So I guess to be into academics as a principal, there is a stress from students also or parents also that we are paying a huge amount of money, so we need 100% things at a teaching part, even though we are at home or like children are at home. And then there is a pressure from the management that if the students are not paying the fees, then how would we manage the salaries? If the students are not paying the fees, then later your promotions or your increments would be held on. So everything is being like as a bridge between management and faculties. Everything was being stressed to a principal. So again,
I agree.
Being into self-finance and at a management level, or like at an administrative level, it is much more pressure or stress as a principal to handle it.
You have to keep on talking to your faculties also to keep them motivated, to keep them going on. At the same time, assuring them that yes, we will represent it right to the management.
Yes.
And then consoling the management also that we will do it right from the teachers' end.
Yes.
So
And that is that again, to get the fees from the parents was a big task for us, and management was giving, like, pressurizing us so badly that if we won't get fees, as Zasar rightly said, that till time when the management was getting profits, they are not distributing it. Then why should management distribute the losses? There was not at all a loss, but still, if it was there a bit, then why should it be shared with the staff? So that was a challenging, and that not only was challenging, it is still challenging, because COVID had impacted the admissions also. Because like many of the students have thought of 4.7, statistics are saying that 4.7% of students are thinking to restudy their 12th standard and go for admissions into next year due to this pandemic
I'll give you one another side of the same coin. Like when we were asking for fees to installments, we said, okay, fine, you are not able to pay at a stretch, you give us in small installments. And one day I got a call from one of the parent, and you know what he said? He said that, yes, I know I have to pay the fees for my daughter, but right now, because of this pandemic, I have lost my job. Asked from somebody to lend me money, but that will take some time. So please give me some time so that I can lend that money from somebody and pay the fees. Now, as a human being, this definitely touches us. I mean, we are also human beings. Though we are at the side of the management as far as we are concerned, but we do have that humanity. And when we know that the student is a good student, is a sincere student, and then when the parent talks in this way, that is something that we have to, I mean, we have to deal with it. I mean, you are feeling bad about that student. You are trying to sit on the chair of that parent. I mean, even we are parents, so we know what's happening. And so if you think from there, and then you know that what you are talking is inhuman. So this is the other side of
story that many of the parents once came into the group to us and they asked us that, okay, we would be paying all the fees and dues, and anyways they were supposed to prove that each and every employee of your institution is being paid salary on time.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was really very interesting story. And
that has been happening. That has happened.
So there were parents who were also bothered about that, all the employees, and that employees means everyone, like class 4th, class 3 and the teachers. They asked that, okay, we will be paying all the dues, but assure us that each and every employee will be paid their salaries on time. So this sort of
I think that was
also there.
I think that was a very good and a noble gesture from the side of the parents, that they were ensuring that
like 20-30 people came together and asked for this thing.
I would deem that to be a very positive kind of a thing. Dr. Rajkumar Meena, I would like to have your thoughts, because Dr. Nehal, she did raise another very important point. Apart from being academicians, we are clinicians also. You are looking after the patients also. The patient services rolled in the offline mode much before the online was allowed, before offline in teaching was allowed. The clinical aspects, we came back to that as early as April or May. We started going back into our clinics. We started to look after our patients. how much of a resistance did you think that you had to face from the students' point, and especially from their parents also, who would have been apprehensive? My child has to go back into the hospital or into the clinic, and then wahan par they will be also exposed. And the same thing is again with your staff also.
Yeah.
And you have to explain, as a principal, you will have to explain to the management, because the management will say that yes, clinic are opening, I'll be getting money, let's start with this particular thing. So how did you cope up, how did you balance between the two, keeping your staff and students safe also while following the diktats of the management?
Good evening to everybody. But if I talk about my college, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
If I talk about my college is totally different. We don't have our own OPD and IPD. It's we have attached. So, but I have inputs from where my students were being posted to different hospital, and when so the fourth year which passed out, we said you go for internship. We arranged their internship, but the parents were totally apprehended that we are not sending our kids for internship. It could be delayed for another 6 months. We are ready for that. But on other side, the management part was saying ki, no, we have complete as per the university norms, so it has to be done. So till now, the internship in Delhi NCR, there are few colleges affiliated to the Chaudhry Charan Singh University. There are many colleges. Some students are going for internship, and some students are not going because the parents are not allowing it. Or the concerned hospital are also saying that we are taking only 2 interns from each college. So that is a scope where the number of students are more, but the hospital which are admitting for interns, it was real a problem. I can give you one example. One of my PG student passed out after exam, and she was got a job in one of the good hospital in NCR. She was selected, but the hospital management said, okay, you join her. But her father was working in one of multinational company. They knew that his daughter has been selected. They said, okay, your daughter will be going to the hospital. Then she will come evening in the home. So either you take a leave for another 6 months or you quit the job. This was a scenario, and this is which one of my students told. Her father was asked, you quit the job if your daughter is doing a job in a hospital. So my student said, sir, I'm not joining the hospital, so you can ask any other student. So these are the, and of course, the management of other hospital and other colleges, which I have been interacted with my fellow physios. They had a same thing, what you said, okay, the management wanted the revenue will be generated because we started OPD. So let's say, but it was real tough time for them. Because in my college, we were not having OPD, so I was not having such a problem. But I've seen and I've heard from my fellow physios in Delhi NCR, they were facing that problem. Well, those who having a hospital and the private colleges, they were being forced, either ask the student to go or ask the teachers to go in place of them. Those who are involved in purely academics, not in clinics. So that was a real time for them.
Okay, so after this horrific episode of COVID was over, and we had to come back into our colleges, we got the opportunity to come back into our colleges. Majority of us were asked that you can start with offline, but you cannot call all of your students. So, I mean, how does that work? I mean, Dr. Sanjeev ji, आप बताएंगे please वहाँ पर, how did that work for your particular institution? How did you manage this googly that the government served?
No, I feel if you see we have a medical college set up. So if you see the norms of MCI and National Medical Commission, so they have already allowed all the medical students to join the class, and there is no ifs and buts. And since we are a frontline healthcare workers, so there was no point that once you allow the students to come into the class, then you are supposed to take whole student, not on the selective way. As far as my institution is concerned, and I feel most of the institutions who are attached or who are having a good 1,000-bedded hospital or a good clinical setup, they all are working with full-fledged since the time when there was a pandemic and the whole nation was under lockdown. And gradually now I feel now current scenario is that people have realized that this was not that dangerous, at least for India, the way it was projected. So now you can see that in last few weeks I have taken a lot of offline classes, or I can say not offline, online classes. And I feel there is no as such there is any infection going on through the classes, and even if it is there, I feel the whole thing where it went wrong, again this is my personal opinion, maybe criticism for the way we have managed COVID all around the world, that you are supposed to treat the symptoms, not the disease, most of the time. And what we are doing is we are trying to catch the disease without symptom. Somebody has suffered from corona, so we are trying to go into the blood and trying to find out corona and then decide on that. This is not the way. We are supposed to see the symptoms. If somebody is not having any symptom, why at all you are bothered about that personality? So this is what has gone wrong, which has given a big dent to the whole world, and especially the education scenario. And I feel the service sector of hotel industry, they also got very much worst affected. And this physiotherapy part, I can say that now things are going almost towards normal. And our students, as far as our students are concerned, they are coming to the class with full strength, and things are moving towards normal. And I don't see, unless until there is another some misadventure from the nature or maybe some odd agencies, I don't see that why not we will be going towards the same as we were there before March 2020, I can say. So yes, we all are moving towards a positivity. And let me tell you that whatever education policy comes, whatever way we are working with the various corona guidelines, things are going to be bright enough that we will be moving in the right direction. And towards a positive point of it, I can say that Dr. Manit was saying that many people have decided to go towards the clinical side as far as educationists are concerned. I feel that good educationists are not there because they are there to earn their livelihood there. Good educationists are there because they love to teach. And those who love to teach will never leave any college or teaching. And those who don't love to teach, naturally, by force, you can't compel anybody to do anything.
Right. So, did anybody else, Dr. Rajkumar, Dr. Manit, Dr. Reshma, out of you three, because you are also in private sector, and did you also face any of these particular notifications from the government that okay, you got to have limited strength in your colleges?
I did. We are still allowed to run only half of our capacity, and thank God that physiotherapy has got even number of batches, that is 4. First year, second year, third year, fourth year. So what we have done is 1 day for first year and third year, and 1 day for second year and fourth year. So we are still not allowed to run our full-fledged batches till date, until time. So this has also again a very different kind of challenge. Like at the same time, not only that we were asked to run only half of our classes, even those, like even second year has to be make arrangement in 2 different rooms. So okay, we do have 2 different rooms for them, but then at the same time we have to arrange 2 different teacher for exercise therapy, and they have to go in same tone. I mean, suppose in one room somebody of capacity like Jha sir is teaching, so where would we find another Jha sir to teach our students same quality of exercise therapy? And we are literally puzzled. We are literally puzzled out of this thing, that how can we arrange 2 same quality of teacher for same subject and for the same topic?
Even
So
same
this is
teacher cannot teach twice the same they have taught.
exactly, ma'am. Exactly. Very true. Very true.
और सर स्टूडेंट्स को है ना,
you are trying to say something?
Yeah, what Manik said, as in our college also, the district administration had given the permission to call all the batches of. We tried to call the batches, but the majority parents said no. So at present in my college, we are getting only 2 batches. That is the first year and the third year. So we are conducting online classes for 2 batches, and 2 batches are coming regularly. But still, the number of students, management or the district has said you call the students, but the parents are reluctant to send because of transport mode, and they are very apprehension on that. When the students will meet during lunchtime or canteen, there will be a chances because they are coming from all parts of the NCR and Delhi. So that has been a problem with rather than management.
Reservations are still there. Reservations are still
Sir,
there.
but,
Yeah, Dr. Reshma.
But the reservations are initially only because in my university we have started offline classes for all the batches since after Diwali vacation. That is since November 26th.
We started from November also.
And all the batches initially, gradually, the number of students got increased day by day. And now since 1 month, they all are there in the classes. They all go for clinical posting in a batch wise, but in a same class they are learning. And there is no case reported since last 2 months.
Touch wood.
So that is what I feel, that if you are feared and getting it like as Zah said that initially we were like digging to the COVID into blood, but if we could have dared this thing before also, then it could have happened before also.
And the most sarcastic thing is what, one side they are saying aadhe aadho ko bulao, one side they are saying online, but at our place the government itself, the government of Gujarat itself has given a circular to all the medical, paramedical and nursing colleges saying that we want your students to do COVID duty. So as a matter of fact,
community survey,
all the students, yes, I was handling physiotherapy students of entire Ahmedabad, more than 1200 students जिनका कोविड ड्यूटी था, जो फील्ड सर्वेलेंस में जाते थे, जो घर घर संजीवनी मतलब जो होम आइसोलेटेड पेशेंट्स को देखने जाते थे, वो सारा फिजियोथेरेपी स्टूडेंट्स कर रहे थे. Which means this is quite sarcastic. You don't want them in the class, but you want them to get exposed
on the field. Yeah,
this is actually sarcastic of the government. And this was a government circular, government orders that were passed, and we were doing it. We have done it. In ambulances, physiotherapy students were there. Home isolated patient ko dekhne jate the physiotherapy students.
Rapid testing.
Rapid testing. Yes. So all this, and I was handling all those 1200, 1300 students at that time. So this is actually sarcastic.
I feel this happens to any sort of epidemic or pandemic, whatever.
Yes.
And as an administrator, especially in a government setup, I will prefer that I will not take any risk. And this is what this attitude has done all this. But the way it is going on, let's see the positive point of it, that we all have learned a lot from this pandemic. And one thing which is students should understand, and when teachers also should understand, that unnecessary use of natural resources. Say about we are talking on phone for hours, we are talking on to other people for hours. And we are talking about, there is a say that when you talk about yourself, you are intelligent. When you talk about others, you are average. And when you talk about somebody else, then you are an idiot. So it is being a principal, being a teacher, being an educationist, we should understand this, that 99% of the community, and more than 90%, I can say, they talk about somebody else.
Somebody else.
Somebody else talking, using, even we are, as a human being, are the natural resources of the God. So if we are not using it up to the mark, these type of pandemics will keep coming. And let's understand this, that we should understand this part very crystal clearly, that we are supposed to utilize our potential maximally. And whatever Dr. Sharma was talking about the education policy, now let me tell you that whatever education policy comes, whether it is education policy 2020 or education policy before, one thing we all should understand, that we are a clinician, and we should understand that unless and until we have a good skill inculcated into our students and directly inculcated from the good teachers to the students, we are not going to achieve what we are supposed to do. As far as new education policies are concerned, of Government of India, yes, they are trying. Policies are very good as per the mapping of the world policies, But, it is always said that it is better said than done. And that's what happens in India. And we are supposed to better do than say. So we are supposed to understand this part. This education policy is very good, but we are supposed to implement that properly.
Implementation.
Like, I feel, Dr. Sharma, if that policy gets implemented, there will be two things. Very good institution will go more and more and more, they will become more better. But those institutions who are trying to just give certificates, those institutions who are just trying to sell the certificates, I will not say any name, but those, they will also flourish, because the proper controlling authority is not there. India, I say as an educationist, one part is also there, and that is very blunt saying that those who are not thick, or if I have become not thick because I have not got the opportunity to become
thief.
So it is something like that. So we should understand that we are supposed to move into a direction where self-regulation, natural regulation, and natural working of utilizing your potential to max is very important. Whether you are in education setup, whether you are in a clinical setup, let's move into a direction where you are self-controlled professional, having a right control over your working, and along with that, a right way of adopting the various regulations what we have, and implementing the skills what we have into our students. So that is very important, and I feel we all should understand that.
Sir, just to summarize each and everything, we've talked that yes, we had to learn a lot, and we had to, it was a learning curve in terms of technology, in terms of personal relations, in terms of administrative prowess and skills. We had to learn quite a lot. But there's one particular point which Dr. Maneth had raised, and which is bothering me for some particular time, and I would like all of you to share your views on that. A good clinician may not be a good academician.
Yes.
But a good academician has to be a good clinician also.
Definitely.
Now, in this particular aspect, if I were to say this particular thing, that when you are facing such a situation, when the the academician part of you, that of, let's say, job or something of that particular sort. Does it not hold value that you have an alternate mode of income, let's say, be it your own particular clinic, your own private clinic, or your own private practice?
Dr. Sharma, I will tell here a very good quote by Warren Buffett: "Never put all your eggs in single basket." So it is said that way. That
exactly.
Yeah, it is not all about just working in college and working in clinic. My point of view is that as a human being, as a professional, it is not only important that you learn how to earn from physiotherapy. It is also important that you learn how to earn from your money what you have already earned. So
yes, you are professional.
My point is, and I also disagree with this wording, that a good clinician may not be a good educationist. I feel that those people who are good clinician can be a very good educationist, especially when you talk about those people who are in skill industry. I will say we are in skill profession. We are having a profession where rather than saying skill, I can say a very much good clinical hand practice is very important for physiotherapists. So now what I want to say here, that if I am a good educationist, I need to have a good clinical hand also. Because say about for me, I was seeing almost 100% a day for 10 years of my career, every day. So that made me a good educationist. Right? So it is
what I was delving upon is that the process of teaching and learning is a two-way street.
Yes.
It's a two-way street.
Yes.
But more importantly, for the teacher, a teacher has to be a good communicator also.
Yes.
And this probably, this is what I meant, was that people who may be very good clinicians, but who may not have this, this skill of communication, they may not succeed in being good educationists.
I feel, Dr. Sharma, I have visited countries like US, and I have seen their working setup in various universities. There, when you talk about their setup, it is like the academicians are not seeing the patients and clinicians are not going and teaching. It is there. But in our country, many clinicians are educationists also, and many educationists are clinicians also. And it goes hand to hand, I feel, and I agree that those educationists should have the skill to speak, and those clinicians, they lack it. But as far as teaching the clinical skills are concerned, clinician, even they don't communicate the way they should be, but if they teach, they can give you a good hand-on practice how they do it. So like I'm telling you about Dr. Ruchi Varsne, may not be she is a good educationist because she has never done a direct teaching, but I know the way she works. I have seen her working in clinic. The way she works, I think, say about spinal manipulation. So maybe I am a good person to teach spinal manipulation, but when you talk about handling the patient and directly putting it onto your students, maybe she is more better when doing it. So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying it is something like it goes hand in hand, and it is all about who is doing what repeatedly. And yes, we all should agree that a good clinician should be a good educationist also. And this is what we should try to do, strive.
Right.
A good educationist should also see the patient as far as healthcare is concerned.
He has to be a good clinician, yes. Yes, that is the only way, because you will keep yourself updated in that particular manner.
So I think both things are essential.
That is your responsibility. So Dr. Manit, how about not putting all your eggs in the same basket?
No, because as a principal, we have to also take care of non-clinical subjects.
Yeah.
where you don't need a clinician to teach. We have to also assure that pathology and subjects like psychology are being taught well. So in those particular areas, we need someone who hasn't really been into the clinics, and we need to be, assured that delivery is of top class. I mean, when you ask someone to teach pathology, you don't expect him to be too good as a pathologist. Otherwise, he won't be teaching at all. So there are subjects also where, I think Jha sir has rightly said that there are subjects like exercise therapy, electrotherapy, and the management part, physiotherapy management part. We need some good clinicians only to teach rather. But for non-clinical subjects, we do need someone, who hasn't been really exposed to clinical genre of physiotherapy. So I think, and this is same for almost all the professional courses. So when you give them the skill, Jha sir has very rightly also said that it's a skill industry. We need to give them skill. But sometimes being in the principalship, I also feel that we have to inculcate them as a graduate. Before being a physiotherapist, they are also being inculcated as a graduate student, a graduate from a UGC recognized college, or see whatever. So there are certain aspects, there are certain, I would say, talent or capacity which you need to build in a student, which he is supposed to have as a graduate or as a postgraduate. For that sake, like if he is a postgraduate, he should also be knowing what is research methodology, and if he is graduate, he should also be knowing what is evidence-based practice, or how can I enhance my skill or my knowledge or whatever, or how can I, critically analyze a book, a paper, a article. So these are certain things for which you need a typical core academician, which sometimes has nothing to do with the clinic. So I was talking about those aspects of whole curriculum.
So, there's one final question that I would like to ask all of you. I mean, a lot of our listeners, a lot of our people who are looking at us at this particular time might be very bored also, but I would like to put up one particular question to all of you, and this is for everybody, and I would like to have all thoughts as much on this thing. Dr. Jha did raise a particular point regarding education in the foreign countries, in countries abroad, and there is a whole lot of a difference between how they teach and how they don't, and what we have in our country. One of the aspects is that they invite people as regular faculty from other universities also, and they are on the regular loads. Now, this technology that we have imbibed thanks to COVID, this Zoom or Google Meet or something of that particular sort, this opens up the possibility of having people who are experts in certain fields, may not be in your geographical region, but somewhere else. So they can be a part of your faculty on a long term, on a routine or a regular kind of a basis. Would you like to see that kind of a transition? Your thoughts. I'll start with you, Dr. Bhavna.
Okay, so that's what when we started about conversation related to effect of pandemic, I pointed out that we could explore the skill or knowledge sharing from the person or from the teachers or academicians or the clinicians, which in routine we could not reach to. So that is what is the positive point of having this online teaching. And that is how we, because at last, for example, if we are teaching in India, we could not actually teach our student what is being practiced in USA or Canada or Australia. But when the clinicians or the academicians from these countries can actually come and teach our students online, then it would be very beneficial for our students also. So I guess that is a positive point of having this online teaching. And now we are very much into the practice. habituated with this teaching, this would be, or this could be a part of our regular teaching also later on. Because where I have shifted my duties later into pandemic into another university, we do practice this, that every month or once or twice we would invite the person from other different countries or states who could teach our students, which may not be possible for us to do if it is not if the pandemic had not been happened. So it's again blessing in disguise that we are exploring this opportunity to get the knowledge, the skill, the expert things from the people who are best into that. May not be us, because we are not situated into that practice zone.
Dr. Rajkumar, your thoughts?
Yeah, having a panel of experts from other countries or other states or other university is always a benefit for the students, even for the faculty of that college or the university. But if we talk about in the privatization, there are a sense of management. They would say, ki, when I can have such a faculty on online for my students, why should I keep a faculty regularly on a paid? That could be one of the negative point for that.
Drawbacks.
But still, that is a one drawback, and which of course when we talk about the private institution, they say this thing, but still not on regular, but at least on topics like in biomechanic, gait analysis, a posture, in electro exercise, those who are expert in, at least in India, it should be not a mandatory, but it should the person on the heading the institution of physiotherapy, he or she should initiate this in his college and university to start at least, because now we have a platform, Zoom and Google, we can have, like Jha sir can be access to any of the college anytime when he, if I want Jha sir to be for my college for at least 2 or 3 lectures, I want you as a Bhavna ma'am. Of course, what I am teaching is my way, but same topic given by you all, it will give a different scenario to my students, and that will be enhance to them their clinical and academic point. That was the only negative point, was that the management will have some apprehension on that. That
Now, Jha sir, can we, can IAP be instrumental in this particular regard? Can we promote this particular culture? By requesting various institutions or various universities, wherever we may have a possible say, that yes, you get, you have a scope for these kind of, arrangements or alliances.
I feel, Dr. Sama, all the difficulties are having some opportunity. And this pandemic also has shown us that there will be some opportunity for many things. And you know that many sectors have grown up in this difficult time also. But what is my point is that this pandemic has taught us this, that we need to interact more, because most of us felt lonely at our place. And this pandemic has taught us that yes, we can do many things online. We don't need to visit the place and do it. And yes, in education, one thing we all should remember, and let me sum up with this, that wherever a good education is there, it is always a collaborative work, and a work of, it is something like that flow of knowledge from all directions. As Dr. Meena was saying, that same thing can be taught in a different way. And it is very important to understand that me perceiving the same moon in a good moonlight night, you perceiving it differently, Bhavna madam perceiving it different. So it happens. So it is the same topic taught by different teachers are different, and that gives a different scenario altogether. So yes, this pandemic has taught us given us a very good opportunity to learn this, that why not only from outside India, we all interact inside the country also. The good professors can be there on the panel. And yes, from the side of IAP, I do agree that a lot of problems are there, ifs and buts are there. But once the things are streamlined, I feel this already education committee is there and all other things are there. So naturally, we will be able to promote this, and that will be with our college member colleges. We will be able to make a pool of teachers who can discuss with various students of various our member college students, and yes, that will be a real amalgamation of good teachers into a same stream, and that will benefit our profession and the students very nice way. See, this is what is the technical difficulty. My laptop is saying it is hardly 2%, and I don't have charger now. So any virtual platform cannot.
Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your thoughts.
Sir, may I just chip in?
Thank you for your thoughts. There are just two beautiful words that you had mentioned out here: interactive and collaborative. Beautiful words to take away, sir. Yeah,
Sir, I would
quick
like
words
to
from
add
Dr.
one line
and
into
Dr.
that.
Manit on this.
I would like to add one line into that, that kudos to all the teachers who have not considered monetary benefits during this lockdown,
Yes.
and they have shared their knowledge to on all the platforms, and one of the biggest platform to share this knowledge is IAP and IAPWC.
IAP, right,
So,
ma'am.
so I'm so happy that we are a part of this, where we have shared like unconditional knowledge to everybody.
Yes. Lovely. To all the teachers in our group, in all our midst. Big cheers.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma and Sports Connect team for giving me this opportunity, and it was really lovely interacting with all of you. And when on 14th this particular session will go live, everybody will enjoy for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. Thank you, all my friends in this particular panel. It was wonderful conversing with all of you.
Excuse me,
Wonderful
may I
being in
just
your
add-
midst. I think we're just running short of time, Manit. Next time, अगली बारी के लिए रोक के रखते हैं.
One little thing. May I just add one little thing, that this amalgamation and this exchange program has been mandated in new education policy. So the managements won't be showing their apprehension now, because it is mandatory in new education policy and in NAC accreditation as well.
नहीं, वो है, उसका फ्रेमवर्क बनाना पड़ेगा उसको सॉलिडिफाई करने के लिए, ताकि यहाँ एक्सप्लॉइटेशन ना हो, as Dr. Rajkumar.
We have arguments for our management now.
This is the time enough for today. हम लोग नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के लिए कभी और वेन्यू डिसाइड करेंगे. आज उसको छोड़ते हैं. Thank you all friends.
Thank you.
नमस्कार. जय हिंद.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the principals for sharing their wisdom with us. Now it's time for your contribution. Please enter the poll. As an academician, what do you think was the major issue faced during COVID times? The options are learning online teaching technicalities to deliver lectures, salary cuts, hectic work schedule with delivering lectures and COVID duty in hospital, psychological burden and stress. Please put in your entries towards the poll. Thank you. Joining us next is Professor Dr. Narkesh Arumugam. He will be sharing his expertise on the topic transcranial direct current stimulation in sports.
Good morning, friends, students. Thank you very much giving opportunity to share my research as well as topic, that is TDCS, transcranial direct current stimulation in sports. And this is a new era. We can train brain, we can make the stronger, we can stimulate for performance. So today I given this topic in this area. It's new to sports, but with the evidences, I'm here to present you the TDCS in sports. Yes, of course, some of the brain study is not possible. It's possible. That's why today I'm standing in front of you to talk about the TDCS in the sports. So here, most important, I want to show that the TDCS is the
Researchers have discovered that when certain electrical currents are applied to the brain, its mathematical abilities are increased. Scientists presented math equations to a control group that received no stimulation and an experimental group that received randomly fluctuating electrical currents to their heads. The currents caused less blood flow to the brain, but no change in oxygen consumption, meaning the stimulated brains were actually working more efficiently. The stimulated group ended up doing faster math calculations than the control group. So far, researchers have found no adverse effects from applying such electrical stimulation to the brain.
So here the adverse effect is nil. So it's advantage. And even mathematics, spelling, urinary incontinence, memory and speech, spelling problem can rectify by this instrument. So we have the another one. What is TDCS this? It's a non-invasive brain stimulation. That technique involves application of the weak direct current to a specific particular area, which one you want, like motor, sensory, whatever you want. They're based on EEG. So everybody's accepted how it is possible. We are taking impulses from the brain through the scalp. It's called EEG. Why not use the current which can penetrate to there and stimulate the brain? In this physiology, last 15 years, the people work with multi-directional aspect. Even today we are doing with the funded by a government of India, almost 2 to 3 studies is going on with the multi-channel stimulation in the neuro. So the sports is new area for me. In future we are going to work. It's a neurostimulation. It is also called neural modulation. Tissue can modulated by stimulation. This introduced approximately 15 years of the period. Still we are beginning the research in this one. So come to the point. The device is how it's functioning. Very simple. It has a device which is working up to 2 milliampere with a skin penetrating one. So we have this wire anode and cathode. In brain there is a different one. Anode always stimulate. Cathode always inhibit. So if you want to stimulate the perception, you have put anode in the perception area. So now what about where? And the all EEG points with a function we can stimulate in a multiple area. So next come to the point. The subthreshold modulated neuromembrane, which is alter the cortical extensibility. That means it's directly stimulate. So if a task oriented plasticity and anything we can use on TDCS. We are working TDCS with all type of learning disability, dyslexia and attention deficit disorder. It already published in international with the Scopus index. The mechanism. Other biological effect of the electric fields are same, but it is also cell, microvessels, modulation of inflammatory process. So it is a safe nicely. It can produce a network but modulate spontaneously. So it can work with the natural activity. The neural activity subsequently, the amount of direction of electrical critically depend upon the previous. Physiology, it's a target to a particular area. That means we have single pole system, bipolar system and multiple system. We have the multiple aspect of one. Like example, in an archer, what do you need? Good vision. So optical area can be stimulated. We need the distance to measurement. Spatial stimulation can from the parietal. The memory of the world targeted. Temporal is possible, and the behavior of the motion. Frontal is possible, as well as the motor area C3, C4 can activated. It can be a unipole, it can be a bipole, it's maybe a bihemisphere, whatever you want, you can do it. So types of stimulation. Anode is positive, it is always increase excitability of the cortex. So whenever you want more specific activity and perfection, use anode. Cathode is a negative stimulation, the cortical excitability decrease, like dystonia, involuntary motion, tics, Parkinson. You can use for this, making a balance between the two hemisphere. SAM stimulation, it can give us psychological effect also in the patient, get better aspect. So let's see the video, what the neuroscience say. It takes 2 minutes to start.
Not so long ago, many scientists believed that the brain did not change after childhood, that it was hardwired and fixed by the time we became adults. But recent advances in only the last decade now tell us that this is simply not true. The brain can and does change throughout our lives. It is adaptable, like plastic. Hence neuroscientists call this neuroplasticity. How does neuroplasticity work? If you think of your brain as a dynamic, connected power grid, there are billions of pathways or roads lighting up every time you think, feel, or do something. Some of these roads are well-traveled. These are our habits, our established ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. Every time we think in a certain way, practice a particular task, or feel a specific emotion, we strengthen this road. It becomes easier for our brains to travel this pathway. Say we think about something differently, learn a new task, or choose a different emotion. We start carving out a new road. If we keep traveling that road, our brains begin to use this pathway more, and this new way of thinking, feeling, or doing becomes second nature. The old pathway gets used less and weakens. This process of rewiring your brain by forming new connections and weakening old ones is neuroplasticity in action. The good news is that we all have the ability to learn and change by rewiring our brains. If you have ever changed a bad habit or thought about something differently, you have carved a new pathway in your brain and experienced neuroplasticity firsthand. With repeated and directed attention towards your desired change, you can rewire your brain.
So today we have this one, we can revive your brain, you can train your brain, we can alter your thoughts, you can alter your function, maybe become more perfection. So this is the time we should work integrated neuro sports, neuro musculoskeletal. This is the time to work together as a team. We have this one of this evidence that means in 2019 the trans direct current stimulation to enhance performance and outcome of bodybuilders. Wow, what to think about this? The TDCS can build up. So your brain can reduce your fat and increase the muscle bulk. It is also possible. This is also that clearly explain about the area number C2, CZ, T1 and temporal cortex of T3 found increase one repeated maximum stimulation of load. That means the stimulated brain work more repeated maximum. So one RM is increased. That you can find out. We can train the people are weightlifter and people with the wrestler. We can make them much better activity. Then another one study is important to say is here you can transgrade direct stimulation of the motor performance in running performance. Yes, you can see this. It can be work better in all athletes. So this is a chance. We have to work in this area. So here it induces an exercise effect and better outcome in this work. So TDCS get a better than this sham stimulation. So come to the point of take home message. Very simple. Neuroplasticity provides us with the brain that can adopt not only the changes, inflict the damage, allow to adaptation to any and all experiences and changes we may encounter. So that means you make better and best in future. So TDCs make you more smarter to perform and early intervention. So take the sports person early and train them with the TDCs, you can better response. Then the electric intervention also is a toss base. During the practice, you can use this instrument also. So once again here, the last 10 years I'm working in this research and publishing more than 10 publications in the world. So the imagination is the beginning of creation. Today it's my 10 minutes for only imagination. Then you can imagine it what you desire, you will definitely create it. So I wish you everyone start with the full step and take home that your ability to heal is come from knowing. Knowing is here, you are listening my words, that will become. Don't wait for opportunity, let's create it. Once again, and thank you very much for organizing team for giving this precious time to express my view and thought of research, and wish you good luck and bright future. Thank you very much.
Women and sports, catching up with latest trends. This conclave brings together some of the experts in the area about women's health and sports physiotherapy together. Moderating this conclave, we have Dr. Zubia Vikar, and joining us today as panelists, we have Dr. Jaswinder Kaur, Dr. Renu Sharma, Dr. Seema Grover, Dr. K. Madhvi, Dr. Shabnam Agarwal, and Dr. Sthiti Pragyan.
So a very warm good afternoon to all the panelists, participants, and guests. I, Dr. Zubia Vakar, would like to welcome all of you for this e-conclave on women in sports, catching up with the latest trends. Now, COVID-19 has disrupted how we live, work, and our rehabilitation services must adapt to a world living with the COVID now. The past year has forced us to carry on with our usual business, but in unusual times, which also included the ongoing academic activities like the Sports Connect 3. Even though the conference was delayed, we persevered, and as a result of it, we are able to come back after causing numerous hurdles on the way. So keeping up with the theme of giving directions to the dreams, we have organized this conclave with an eminent and highly experienced panelist who will help us in clearing our doubts to convert our dreams into reality. I would like to introduce my participants now. We have with us Dr. Shabnam Agarwal. Ma'am has received her master's degree in orthopedics, physiotherapy from University of Wales, College of Medicine at Cardiff. Her PhD is from Curtin University, Perth. She has a vast experience of more than 25 years. Ma'am is a specialist musculoskeletal physiotherapist practicing in Bellevue Clinic, Kolkata, as the chief physiotherapist since the past 20 years. She is also the Director Education of Nopani Institute of Healthcare Studies and the Nopani Institute of Professional Studies. She is also the Honorary Consultant Physiotherapist to His Excellency Governor of West Bengal. She is regularly invited as a panelist, speaker, or moderator in national as well as regional conferences. She has also been a WCPT conference reviewer for the presentations and workshops. Further, as a speaker of the Theraband Academy at the Black level, she conducts workshops on basics and advanced uses of bands and balls to the clinicians as well as PG students. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and thank you for taking out time for us.
Thanks, Dr. Zubia. That was a beautiful introduction. I couldn't have done it better for myself.
Thank you so much. Next, we have with us Dr. Sthiti Pragyan Dalbhera, ma'am. Again, the people who live down south, especially in Orissa, she doesn't need an introduction. Ma'am is a clinician as well as an academician with an experience of crossing more than 30 years. Ma'am has a master's in sports and she's currently pursuing her PhD. She is the HOD of the Institute of Medical Sciences and SOM Hospital under SOA deemed to be University at Bhubaneswar. She is also the president of the Utkal branch of IAP. Ma'am is a regular columnist for various physiotherapy and yoga pertaining topics. Thank you so much for taking out time for us, ma'am. It's a pleasure having you here on the panel. Next, we have Dr. Seema Grover with us. Ma'am is one of the senior most therapists of Delhi. She has an extensive clinical experience across Batra Hospital and Apollo Hospital. She is currently the HOD of the physiotherapy department at Apollo Hospital, Sarita Vihar, Delhi. She has a master's degree in physiotherapy in musculoskeletal sciences, and she's also one of the very, very few certified lymphedema experts from US. She has worked in all areas of physiotherapy and is currently, I would say, extensively involved in oncological physiotherapy, as far as I am aware of it. Of course, other things are going on, but this is one thing new which I see ma'am is doing too much these days. And she's on the board of various universities in and around Delhi, including SGT University. And ma'am has also delivered again various multiple lectures and has been a part of various discussions in regional as well as national conferences. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking out time for us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zubia. Thank you.
My pleasure, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. K. Madhavi with us. Ma'am has completed her BPT way back in 1992 and has a master's as well as in cardiorespiratory conditions. In 2002, ma'am had completed her PhD too. Ma'am is currently at SVIMS University and she's a principal in charge of the College of Physiotherapy there. She's also the clinical head of physiotherapy department at the same hospital, and she has been credited with establishing multiple new clinical departments in that particular hospital. She started with adult and pediatric departments, neurology department, women wellness, sports, pain clinic, geriatrics, community physical therapy, rehab, ergonomics, industrial therapy, and the list can go on and on. And under her guidance, ma'am has forwarded around 51 research dissertations, has a numerous number of publications also. Thank you so much for taking out time for us, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Zubia. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Jaswinder Kaur ma'am with us. Ma'am is again a stalwart of the profession and who all are in Delhi. I'm sure there is no one who's not familiar with Jaswinder ma'am. Ma'am is currently the head of physiotherapy department at RML Hospital. She has graduated from IPH in 1985 and is associated with RML since then. She's one of the very few physiotherapists who are working in psychophysiotherapy, and she has multiple articles also published on the same. In fact, ma'am is also one of the editorial members for the Delhi Psychiatry Journal. Ma'am has also been associated with various community awareness programs by delivering various lectures on TV as well as radio. And she's a member of various boards and of physiotherapy organizations, including the IAP and the Delhi and the Central Physiotherapy Councils, etc. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and taking out time for us from your busy OPD. Thank you, ma'am.
Zubia, thank you so much.
Next, we have with Dr. Renu Sharma, ma'am. Again, another Legends of Physiotherapy profession, and she was awarded with the Legend of Physiotherapy in the last Sports Connect 2 also. Ma'am is one of the first physiotherapists in India who created a niche for themselves as far as the gynecological physiotherapy was concerned. And she has been leading the physiotherapy section in the Department of Orthopedics, University College of Medical Sciences at Guru Tegh Bahadur Hospital for the last 20 years. She has a vast experience of more than 30 years in the field of physiotherapy. Ma'am has a master's in physiotherapy with specialization in orthopedics. And she's also a part of one of the very few therapists who have been certified in magnetotherapy. Along with that, she's also a certified manual Mulligan therapist. And she has been conferred various awards by IAP national as well as state branches, and again Sports Connect 2, as I said in the beginning. Ma'am is currently also a coordinator for NAC for her hospital, and she's extensively involved in academics as well as other clinical works. And ma'am is one of the leading therapists, I would say, who are taking care of gynecological and obstetrics in physiotherapy in India. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, ma'am. Okay, now let's starting with the panel discussion. So now during COVID-19, there was a lot of talk about physical activity and sports training because everybody was sitting at home. Even if you pick up the research articles which were published during this time, a lot of them have played emphasis on training and various effects of physical activity. In fact, the ICSM has come up with the guidelines, or rather a research paper, I would say, which talked about the top 20 world fitness trends of 2020. And the first one was the wearable devices, and it was closely followed by high intensity training, group training, and training with free weights, and multiple other options like that. That allows us to think that sports training and other aspects of training is not limited to only athletes, it has penetrated inside the homes of all the individuals, or rather it has penetrated the society quite deeply, with a lot of people understanding the importance of sports and physical activity and what it does for our daily lives. So with this idea, I would like to go forward, where I would like to put some emphasis on this part of the panel discussion, where how are the women going to be trained differently, and how are they supposed to be handled differently when the training is done for them, be it athlete or be it a non-athlete. So now, talking about the same thing in the beginning, so even though there is, as I said, there's a lot of emphasis happening on the physical activity, but when I was going further, I found that as far as the research pertaining to women directly was concerned, where I would say the inclusion criteria talked about only female participants was very, very minimal. So my question would be that, do you think that the research pertaining to female athletes is lesser, or do you think that there are some areas which are overemphasized as far as the research in female athletes are concerned, and whereas some are underemphasized? I would request Dr. Shabnam Agarwal, would you like to take up that question?
Yeah, with pleasure. So thanks, Dr. Zubia. I basically work a lot with pregnant women. So despite having a background in musculoskeletal, I have been working with pregnant women way back from 1999. So my concern about physical training, especially for athletes, and so here we're looking at a age group, where athletes are in their prime, women athletes are in their prime, and they are at the age group of maybe 20 to 35. That's normally the prime age, and that's also the age where a woman does get pregnant. And so when you are looking at someone's commitment to their profession, let's say in this case an athlete, are you asking them not to go as what life wants from them? So here we're looking at, I was basically concerned as to what research has actually been done for women athletes who get pregnant. How do they train? What are their concerns? And of course, they need to get pregnant in the sense that that's the age that you get pregnant. So in case they do want to carry on with life, that is an aspect, a very important aspect in a woman's life. So does she have to give that up because she's an athlete? And if she doesn't give that up, then what are we doing to train them? So, before we move on to training them, we need to kind of understand the kind of changes a woman's body undergoes during pregnancy. All the musculoskeletal changes, where the body shape changes, the lordosis increases, the gait cycle changes, the curvature of the spine changes, the type of muscles change, from type 1 to type 2B. The breathing pattern changes. She gets, breathless even at rest. So here, when we look at the athlete, and when you think of a normal pregnant woman who undergoes so many physiological changes, whether it be musculoskeletal or cardiovascular, then what does the athlete do? Now, there's research evidence that if you do moderate levels of exercises, maybe twice or thrice a week, it actually does good to you. But is it good enough for an athlete? Obviously not. The athlete needs to continue training despite the pregnancy. So who's thought about that? So when we are looking at pregnant women and we're looking at all these physiological changes, as I said about musculoskeletal, bony, whatever, and also the effect of hormones like relaxin and all that, where their joints are more pliable, then how much are they supposed to train? It's such a vital question. And if they don't train for those 9 months completely, are they going to be getting back to their competitive levels, once they've given birth? So there's a psychological aspect to it as well. So there's very, very little research. In fact, there's inadequate research where they're taking it into account, these changes that have happened in a pregnant woman's body. And how much, here I'm talking the pregnant woman is the pregnant athlete, and how much of training is required, the intensity of the training, the frequency of the training, how much is okay for her. Because you see, if she trains too much, let's say if she just lies down, or if she does a bit of deep breathing, then there is a problem with the circulation. The diaphragm kind of bears down. There's a pressure on the pelvic floor muscle. Along with that, there is a reduction in the circulation of the fetus. So at what level, at what intensity, and at what frequency is a pregnant athlete supposed to train is a kind of an open area. There's just no research being done. And you know what the reason is? Because there's very little research done on the female athlete. So female athlete, non-pregnant, there is limited research done. So female athlete pregnant, there's also very little research done. And it's very sad, because here we're expecting the same woman would want to become a mother, would want to become a normal functioning human being. But just because she's chosen sports as an activity, she is not even looked after, or her requirements are not looked after. And so I'm sure along the panel discussion, we'll be looking at how a woman athlete is, or how females in sports are not given their dues. So this is, I think, one area where physiotherapists need to step in and do a lot more research.
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely right, and I agree with you. Now, just thinking about it, if you look around us, I don't think I've heard of other two people other than Serena Williams and Mary Kom who actually got pregnant during the tenure of when they were actually actively participating in the sports. So keeping the pregnant...
When will they get pregnant then, Zubia?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, that there is...
When will they get pregnant?
Yeah, there is hardly any time, because they are waiting for the career to get over. I mean, no one wants to retire earlier. I don't think that's a concern to retire earlier. And somehow I think we've forgotten that it's very easy to say that take your career along. But when you get down to the point of actually taking it along with your career, where the career is fourth, and of course it is becoming very, very difficult. So then that leads me to the next question, which automatically would come up to the mind of the people who are listening to us also, that do you think female athletes need to be trained differently then? So, Sthiti ma'am, would you like to take up that question?
Yeah, thank you, Zubia ma'am, and congratulations to all the panelists for making it here today. And it's a very good question. Being physios, we know that both male and female respond favorably to training, strength training. Basically, it's just that female have to start with lesser mass, which makes people feel that we need to train more than males. Training is all about coordination, awareness, speed, and activity. It has nothing to do, I mean, they train same, because the research is there where the response to strength training is equal for both men and women. If you see relatively, both of them show a lot of strength and agility after a strength training. Like you see female cricketers, their boundaries are same. See in a tennis, their area is same, their sixes are same, their fours are same. Their weight category, like 45 kgs for men, 45 kgs for female. So it is same. They have to train similarly. It's just that the muscle mass, or say men have testosterone, which help them with more muscle mass, and because there is more muscle mass, probably more strength or more power. Otherwise, the effect of strength training is same for both male and female. That is what I think.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I think I agree with you that when you talk about physiological reasons or physiological responses, they would be the same immaterial of the gender that we are dealing with. So then, is there actually a gender bias that we talk about in sports training as well as research? Shabnam, would you like to continue with what you actually stopped in the earlier question when we were talking about it?
Oh, Zubia, there is a gender bias in life as such, where the female gender is concerned. We all know that.
I think all of us are females sitting here right now. We can say that.
As the HOD of RML will probably be the first to endorse that, it's such a male-dominated, all professions are male-dominated, but in the sports, what happens with females is, which I'm sure all of us will agree, is that sports, like even the Olympics have this motto of, something like altius, fortius, and something else. There's one more word where they're looking at speed. Yeah, altius is higher and speed is something else, and there's strength. So, every sport has basically been made for men. It hasn't been made for women. So therefore, when training is happening, they expect the women to behave like men, which is incorrect, because women are not like men. So therefore, if sports had actually originated with the female gender, maybe it would have done more with flexibility, endurance, and balance. But unfortunately, sports originated with men. So when women, regardless of whichever country, when they participate too much in sports, they have this fear that they're going to lose their gender their gender I mean, like, they're not going to be known as females anymore. So when a woman trains too much, as in sports, number one, they get confident, they have this power in their body language changes, they get confident. But then certain sports like weightlifting and wrestling and all that, they actually require a lot more of muscle building. And when women are seen in that role where their femininity is changing towards masculinity, then parents themselves or the women themselves say, forget it, I don't want to really look like a man. How many of us can actually look at a woman with six packs and say, wow? Let's be honest. How many of us will probably look at it and say, oh, okay. Because I just remember, while I was reading through literature today, my daughter and I, who's 10 years old, we actually saw a picture of a woman with six packs. And she said, Mom, why is she looking like this? And I said, oh, when she's developed muscles. So she says, isn't that odd? And I said, no, it's not. She's training for something possibly. But that maybe because I'm a physio, I could say that. But any normal mother would say, no, I mean, like, that's not for you types, So we have this basic notion about women looking good. That's why women in gymnastics are looked at. Women in athletes, track activities are also okay. But women in any other sports where they lose their gender, feminine looks are frowned upon, and it's still prevalent in society. So there's a lot of discrimination. I mean, I have loads to say, but I'm going to stop.
That's very true, ma'am. I think I agree with you. So, like, Sthiti, ma'am, as you know, the theme of the conference is give directions to your dreams. So a lot of female therapists also are there who want to take up sports, and they are sports therapists. So, and they want to work on the field as a sports therapist, not sit in the clinic and deal with the patients off and on whenever, suppose by chance a sports person would walk in. They would want to work along with the team, go on the field, work with them like that, because that is what they're aspiring for. And I think that is why they worked hard during their masters too. I don't think they worked hard any lesser than their male counterparts when they were doing their masters. But is gender, do you think, actually a barrier for the on-field career in sports?
Yeah, as ma'am was telling earlier, females, the gender barrier is there in all professions. And that is because, as she also, we have seen a post which does regulate in the WhatsApp, where there is a track and both male and female are trying to reach their goals. When a man is running, there is no hurdles. While a female is running on the track, you can see a line of clothes, a line of nappies, a line of utensils. So this is how a woman reaches her goal. And then they demotivate you for pursuing your career. And then probably the media also devalues of a female sports athlete or a female physio. We have seen it, any achievement done in the field of sports by men is highlighted by the media, but even if Virat Kohli scores of 50 or 40, they write it, a half a page. But Mithali Raj and there are so many other females. If they do something, it's just a small column. Similarly, a male therapist accompanying a cricket. Like recently when they won the when they won in Australia, the female physiotherapist was written so much about. But many times, many female therapists have accompanied the various sports people, but they're not written much about. It is basically not about our strength, because while we are training, we are already strong. I mean, as ma'am was telling, we are strong, we feel confident about it, but somebody has to encourage us, somebody has to put female in the right places, and probably there's not a lot of motivation, or probably obviously the paying factor is also there everywhere. Even if you do a good job, females are usually not paid as per their male counterparts. So yes, gender barrier is there, and it has to do with our upbringing, with our cultures, with our religion. So yes, I think there is a gender barrier in sports career for a physiotherapist. Yeah, in OPD and IPD in hospitals, probably we have a lot of respects. As we can see, we have so many female therapists doing very well. They pull the shots, but in the field, don't have much female therapists doing activity on the field. So probably, I think these are the factors, where probably we are not encouraged enough, or probably there is not much scope where we can show, or probably people don't, not educated, people can't handle empowered women. That is what I feel is the truth. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So great. I think we have sufficiently covered about the various gender biases which are there in the profession, as far as the working as a therapist, or the amount of research on the female athletes also is concerned. So now moving on to the next area, where we talk about performance enhancement. I mean, whatever training we are talking about, there are so many tools which are there. There are a lot of drugs which are available also, which are used for performance enhancement. There are multiple aspects which are trainable, and there are multiple aspects which are not trainable. One of the trainable aspects is the psychology of the athlete. So mental toughness, what is normally called, is an important aspect in performance enhancement. So Seema ma'am, would you like to take up that and comment on it if possible? Ma'am, you need to unmute yourself. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is another technical glitch, which is from my part. But I would like to say at the outset, I would really like to thank Sports Connect 3 for putting up such a grand virtual platform for all the women, though whatever we say, we are pretty empowered, being together and putting up the show forward for the people to really to showcase them that, yes, our profession has so much of potential in taking care of all elite sports personalities worldwide, right? So this is one thing, and it is such a big platform on which the country is coming together. So as you asked about mental toughness or mental resilience, definitely it plays a big role. And from times immemorial, we Indians, we talk a lot about meditation, yoga, a lot about it. So we all know what mental strength a human being has. Similarly, when we work in sports, if we talk by definition of what is mental toughness, it is just nothing but a collection of values or the attitudes or the emotions which anybody can have, which can be innate, which can be developed, or which can be acquired, maybe through the environment, maybe through the people across, maybe your family influences. So it is the way how one approaches towards something. If everything is positive, we all are fine in good situation. But when there is something which is not in your favor, still making that thing possible and still give your best. So that is where the mind's power or the toughness really comes into action. Or in the other words, if I say how to respond both to positive as well as negative pressures, challenges or adversities to achieve your goal, what you think. And in sports, though we all go through the same thing throughout in our daily lives, but in sports personalities, it is little different because that's real time, on field, where even the slightest of things, as we talk of Virat Kohli, as we talk of many elite sports players, just one move can really change the whole scenario. And it depends now how that sports person takes, whether the if little thing has happened because of him, means whether you take it negatively or you take it positively and still move on or improve. So if one has good mental training, definitely the performance really improves. What two basic skills I think about mental toughness would be, it is how you increase your ability to have the positive flow of energy irrespective of adverse environment. That is first. And second thing would be that how one uses the right attitude to solve any problem which is at that spurt of moment you have to think and perform. So if these two right skills are there with anybody, the mental toughness can really help the performance. If we talk of toughness, there are certain mantras which I believe all sports people and we all also follow also, but maybe I'll name few which I put as mnemonic as 4 C's. So one is control, one is commitment, another is challenge, and the confidence. Confidence as self-belief, self-efficacy, perseverance, and motives to achieve success, and the deep sense of purpose and the involvement in activities. So that I really feel that yes, this is what I'm here for and I'm going to achieve. I believe 26th January parade, if you have seen this time, I felt very proud because every contingent had, if 2 men as officers, they had 2 women also as officers. So time is changing, though our studies, our research has to match up with those changing times, but women are no less. We have seen Air India flight with 3 women. That's an example. Traveling across the globe, the longest flight they did alone, all 3 of them. I wouldn't call it alone. So this is in our minds. So what is my ability to really take up that challenge and really take it forward and achieve it? So here, and lot of research, whatever is there on this, it talks about that this, your mental toughness or your mental strength or resilience, it really has a linear relationship in performance. And it definitely puts across your cognitive and motor skills in way better polished manner. So it is not only enough that one is physically strong, but remaining mentally strong or working on to mental training can really enhance the performance and boost it. So I was just going through and I felt Cristiano Ronaldo is one of the personalities which is worldwide known. So I thought it would be really nice if I just put, and it's really boosting to see. Yes, I'm talking of a male athlete, but still I just came across one good thing which I would like to share as a small video with your permission, Dr. Zubia, if you say. So I'll
Sure,
just play a small video.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Just bear with me for a moment and I'll share it with you. Can you see?
Ma'am, it's visible.
I have played it. Yeah.
To test his mental ability. How much of Ronaldo's success comes from what his mind is doing on the pitch?
He is as well a little bit air of arrogance, you know, but believe that he is the #1. First, it comes from the fact that you know you can. Deeply inside himself, he knows that if he wants, he can pass anybody.
If you are strong mentally, the quality is coming natural. So I always try to be focused in my game, and my mental is quite good.
To find out how his mental ability contributes.
So here I would like to say that the way he puts it across, and initially it has been seen that in 2007-8 he was not that strong, but undergoing mental training really worked so well for him. There are videos where he's working in dark and he's still pitching a goal. How they have trained him mentally. In Madrid, they just took him and organized a thing where they saw that how he's mentally so resilient, so strong that he's the most elite professional player of the world. So they found that he thinks little ahead, and his concentration is so good, and his self-confidence. Of course, it has come with a lot of hard work put in. It was said that maybe he walks around 10 kilometers in one football game. He runs. So see the amount of effort he puts in, but at the same time, he is so mentally strong that he knows that he's born to win. He knows his skill very well, and utilizing his mental strength, he's really achieving all this.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And I think all of us would agree with whatever ma'am said, especially keeping in mind what happened in Australia recently, that even after so much of a bullying and racial discrimination which happened on the field, still the players were able to win there and come back with the trophy. That was one of the biggest example possible, I think, from the recent times, what I can think of. So ma'am, taking it a little bit more further, do you think male and female athletes have a difference as far as the mental toughness is concerned? So should they be trained separately for that also, or it should be a different kind of a training, or a similar training would go ahead with both of them?
Of course, when we talk of being at power or being empowered, now the discrimination is way, way lesser in every field, in every arena, worldwide. Women are there, but yes, physiologically, there is little difference between men and women. We all know, even hormonally, but still the trainings can be at par, I feel. This is what I feel. But what researchers talk of, yes, females, they are still statistically significant variation is there to see that mental resilience is way more in men, what researchers talk about. But I feel recent one is that yes, women are trained almost at par, and maybe more researchers will come and will prove it that all female athletes can be trained at par, and they, in fact, in our day-to-day life, don't you really feel that women are more mentally resilient? So this is what is, but maybe on field, yes, because they are physiologically little different. It is little different as yet as what is seen in researches.
Okay, true. Very true, ma'am. So after performance, I think another aspect which comes up is that prevention is always better than cure. So then we move on to the preventive aspects of sports. So as sports therapists, there are multiple strategies available again for injury prevention. But are the prevention strategies different between genders? So Madhvi ma'am, would you like to take that up? If there are any gender differences which are there as far as the prevention strategies are concerned?
Yeah. Thank you, Jivya. As Seema ma'am was saying, mentally there should be a training, not much of difference between male and female genders. But when we see the sports field as such, and when we take even the students coming up into the sports field, we see that females are a little bit hesitant to participate in sports than in the male genders, because they're not mentally prepared to participate in a sports as the males, which we see in day-to-day life. When we come for prevention aspects of it, definitely there is a variation in the physical changes or the biomechanical changes between male and female anatomical changes. We find that the cough structures itself is there is a smaller size of calf compared to the males. And if you see, the femoral adduction is more in the female rather than the males. And you find that the higher rates of loading changes with male and female. And if even the tibial slope is slightly, lateral tibial slope is different for the males and females. For these reasons, we find that there is more of bone stress injuries in the females and ACL injuries and concussion rather than the males. And if those things needs to be concentrated, that is, you need to prevent these ACL injuries and bone stress injuries and concussions in the females, and you need to give training for them to prevent such injuries in females rather than the males, because males recover faster than the females, and the type of injury which occurs with the females is different from the males. So the concussion is more in the females, so they take long time to recover also. And that is the reason you need to do that strengthening program, and depending on the type of sports, you need to give agility training also, or a skill training which need to be given for the sports female therapists, and rather than the male also, they have that strength training and agility as well as skills training. But even for the females, they need to go for now the latest concept, that is pre-rehabilitation training, which is coming rather than preconditioning. Preconditioning is one which they do before the sports, but this pre-rehabilitation approach is one where they try to concentrate or to prevent the injuries and concentrate on this strength training as well as the agility and the skill training. That is concentrated, and that is more, that differs with the females as well as for the males, because the type of injuries differs with the males and females. That's
Ma'am.
what
Very true,
Juvia.
very true, ma'am. So, ma'am, what should be the take-home message? Because there are a lot of young budding physiotherapists who would be listening to us right now. So, what should be
Yeah,
our
yeah.
take-home messages for them, especially for the ones who are busy training female athletes regarding the same?
Yeah, that's true. See, when we were discussing the Shabna ma'am as well as Siti as well as Seema ma'am, they were saying there are different aspects. One is the mental aspect of it. The other aspect of is how the take up of the sports and other things is there. So apart from this musculoskeletal injuries, we also find there is a lot of gynecological issues, menstrual issues which are there, and the psychological issues are there, and the feminism part of it, which Shabna ma'am was saying, which needs to be concentrated. So all these things needs to be taken up before even training for the specific skillful training. So when a female sports person is undergoing into a skill training, we have to take care of all the feminism part of it, which need not be deleted, and we need to concentrate on this menstrual and gynecological part of it, and even mentally we have to give a psychological training, and then is the physical part of it. So the physical psychological part also needs to be taken along with social training, social fitness into the society. All these needs to be well prepared, educated before you take up in a field as a sports physiotherapist. That needs to be mentally educated and get knowledge of all the fields before you enter into any sports field. That has to be given, or knowledge has to be input for the all the young generation or sports physiotherapists or the people who are participating in sports, needs to be highlighted about each and every aspect so that they understand every part of it before they enter into the field.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So now, after we've covered with research lacunae, we've covered about training, we've talked about performance enhancement, we've talked about prevention. Now, automatically, even after all the preventions possible, there are still injuries which tend to occur at times when the sports are happening. So there are some conditions which are pretty commonly seen for both the genders, but there are some which are more specific as far as females are concerned. One of the important things which we see here is a female triad, which is commonly seen but usually ignored. in female athletes. Jaspinder ma'am, would you comment on that, please? Would you please take that up?
Yes, Dr. Zubia, thank you for asking me this question. And I'd like to thank Dr. Madhavi also, because she emphasized a lot on lack of education and information about the conditions that are pertaining to female athletes, because they're definitely different from the male athletes. And since the sports itself has been a male-dominated field, so the female conditions have generally been not given so much importance and not talked about much. So female athlete triad, as the term suggests, is a syndrome mainly consisting of 3 interrelated disorders, which includes eating disorders, menstrual dysfunction, and osteoporosis. So we have to actually educate the trainers and the persons who are working on the training of the female athletes about this condition, because they generally are not so familiar with the training part of the female athletes and the specific conditions that are prevalent in the females. So this kind of a condition like female athlete triad is generally missed by them, you know. So in the education of both the parents, the athlete himself or herself, and the trainers, as well as the physiotherapists working with them, should, I think, be educated about this type of condition, and they should know that what are the major parts of the major 3 parts of this kind of a disease. Generally, the females at this young age, you know, they are a lot concerned about their body image. And some of the sports also, you know, they need to be having a particular kind of weight, and certain sports which need a lean body mass. So what happens is, in the in order to trying to attain that body mass, the females, they try to get into disordered eating habits. Generally, they develop anorexia nervosa and anorexia bulimia nervosa, and they tend to get into a very low body weight, resulting into a decreased muscle mass, decreased fat, decreased energy, and it can even be fatal at times, you know. It happened with one of the gymnasts called Christy Henrich, and she died from anorexia in 1994 at the age of 22, and she had a weight of 29 kgs. So after her death, I think people became a little more, they started looking into this condition more seriously, and they started working on it. A lot of norms were changed. The weight norms and the dietary norms, they were all changed for the athletes after this incident. Secondly, because as talked by Dr. Shabnam, she talked a lot about pregnancy in the females. If the females have this kind of a condition, female athlete triad, they have amenorrhea, and it is difficult for them to get pregnant. So it should, I think, be given more concentration towards this kind of disorder or a syndrome, which involves both osteoporosis, disordered eating, and menstrual disturbances. As such females, you know, they develop a lot of stress fractures. Amenorrhea is about 1 to 69% more common in these type of athletes, female athletes, than non-athletes. There's a lot of hormone imbalance, low estrogen occurs, and there's difficulty in becoming pregnant. Then osteopenia is also more common in females, say in female athletes. That is about 22% to 50% in females. So what happens in the athletes is generally, you know, they have they develop a low self-esteem. Their body image consciousness is altered. Then the schedule of eating is altered. So all these affects the female athletes. So I think it should be given more consideration. And I think the crux about it is educating the trainers, educating the physiotherapists, and educating the athletes themselves and their parents.
So basically, ma'am, that means awareness is one of the most important things there as far as the diagnosis is concerned. Because as you rightly said, it is not that the people are not aware about it, because the triad is not taken or considered for management in totality. Most of the people are considering them as three separate conditions. As a result of it, the management definitely alters because of that. So, ma'am, what would an ideal treatment be? What would it include so that the therapist can take care of it whenever and wherever required?
Prevention and early detection, prevention and early detection is the crux of the treatment.
True.
So prevention would include eating a well-balanced diet, moderate exercises, taking adequate rest, then avoiding the contraception pills, which normally the female athletes take because they want to perform well. They have a pressure of performing. That should not be there so much that it should affect their normal routine eating also. And they should avoid unnecessary stress. Then there should be screening for them at regular intervals. And the screening should include a pre-participation physical evaluation, which I think Dr. Madhavi also talked about it, that pre-rehabilitation. In that pre-rehabilitation, there should be a schedule for the examination of all the three conditions. So the proper history should be taken about the menstrual cycle, history about eating habits, and BMD also should be done. So all these clinical things should be tested. There are certain questionnaires also available on for ruling out these conditions because low energy availability in female athletes. There's a questionnaire for that also. Then looking at the signs and symptoms is very important. Any kind of progressive weight loss should be noted. Frequent changes in weight, if that is happening, that should be noted. Then disordered eating behaviors, if the athlete is not eating properly, or maybe, they have a tendency of vomiting also. They do forced vomiting because they don't want to gain weight. They eat and then they kind of force vomit. So that also leads to, more acidic contents in the mouth, and they'll have caries in the teeth. So all these symptoms, signs and symptoms should be checked before they get into any sport, the female athletes. So they will have pelvic pain or any over-exercising behavior that should, like exercise addiction, that should be noted. So the major goal of the treatment should be to achieve a BMI of about 18.5 or more. So anybody having less than that should not be allowed to get into that sport. So pre-participation training and examination, evaluation, that is very important. Then there are certain pharmacological treatments also available, like giving enough vitamin D, about 600 IU per day, then enough calcium, about 1300 milligrams per day. So all that is important. Then modification in their exercise regime is also very important in case you see any signs and symptoms of the problem. So that modification is where the role of the physiotherapist comes in. And then the physiotherapist also should be taking, because they're spending most of the time with the athlete. I think physiotherapists and the trainer are the people who are spending most of the time with the athletes. So I feel that they should be more trained to look into these disorders, and they should be able to judge and report it. And if need be, they should take the help of a psychologist and a physician. It is a team work actually. A physician, a psychologist, a physiotherapist, and the trainer. All should be involved, as well as the parents and the athlete himself. They should be educated properly.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am sure it was a great thing, and a lot of physiotherapists themselves were also not aware about this. So taking the conditions a bit more further, pelvic floor muscle is another area which needs a lot of emphasis, and which we do talk about a lot when you talk about musculoskeletal physiotherapy. But as far as the female athletes are concerned, I don't think we are able to pay much attention to it, or rather we are not paying much attention to it. So I would request Renu ma'am to please throw some light over it. Renu ma'am? Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Zubia, for highlighting this issue of pelvic floor muscles, because as what Jaswinder said about the triad, and then we see the relative energy deficiency syndrome also in most of the athletes, and then vitamin D deficiency. All these, all these ultimately, then hormonal imbalance. All these result in, they affect the neuromuscular function of the athlete. So pelvic muscles are involved, and some of them, the muscles then become weak at times, or they may become tight. So pelvic floor dysfunction is basically either it results in weakness or in tightness of the muscles, which results in either, say the patient developing incontinence, then the patient may have pelvic pain and pressure, further resulting into low back pain. Then there may be bladder overactivity, constipation, obstructed defecation, all these things, bowel movement dysfunction, then pain during intercourse, incomplete urination, all these things, which when they start happening to the athlete, then it results in his performance, her performance being affected. So pelvic floor strength training is very vital in all the athletes, and it should be done as a routine procedure, which is generally ignored. Like most of the athletes, especially athletes who are training in high impact sports, they tend to, most of them, at least about say 36% of them, that is what the literature says, they present with leakage of urine, or incontinence, fecal incontinence, and even during weight lifts sometimes the leakage has been reported. So pelvic floor plays a very vital role, and it should be emphasized that the training should be done right from day one.
Yes, man. And of course, when Renu ma'am is there, I cannot not talk about incontinence. So how would that be different when we talk about a female athlete?
See, there are actually two hypotheses. One hypothesis would say that female athletes will have a very strong pelvic floor muscle, because we say activity makes the pelvic floor very strong. So why would an athlete present with incontinence of any kind? But then there's a second hypothesis which says that female athletes may overload or stretch or weaken their pelvic floor. So that but I think we have to take the middle path, and that is that when we talk of incontinence, the management starts right from prevention. We have to, it should be, it should be a regular practice, as Jaswinder said, that a proper history taking right at the onset, the moment the going into athletics and all. So proper history, which includes a family continence history, whether the mother had any history of incontinence. So that whether the child is predisposed genetically to a weak pelvic floor, a more caudally placed pelvic floor. So in such, once that there is a family incidence earlier, the athlete can be trained. Of course, there is not much of literature as yet, which has studied that pelvic floor training helps prevent all these problems, incontinence and all. But this is it is, I would say, it is common sense, or at least theoretically it would be true. It can be studied, but what is the harm in starting these trainings right from day one? Then second thing which is very important is the assessment of ability to contract the pelvic floor muscle, which is very mandatory. you're an athlete doesn't mean that, you are doing the pelvic floor contraction, correctly. So that has to be taught again. And then the next step would be co-contraction of the pelvic floor along with the abdominals, because whenever, see, even otherwise, whenever you're telling of, you're talking of Valsalva or anything like that, which is involved in, say, weight lifts or trampoline jumping and all, or in any kind of high impact sport. So it should be, the training should be right from day one, that they have to tighten the pelvic floor along with whatever Valsalva which they are using, or the abdominals which are contracting along with the pelvic floor. And so these two are the basic things which should be part of all kind of training programs for any kind of sport which women are doing. Then and along with that, then comes the inclusion of pelvic floor training. If they are having the problems, they come at, if they are reporting it, they were not trained from, like, in the present scenario, pelvic floor muscle training, I don't think it is ever talked about anywhere. I don't know. Any of you who's working with athletes, I get very few, but I don't think it's even talked as a regular, thing. So, but it is the most important, because once you have a weak pelvic floor, the whole biomechanics will change. The abdominals will get weak, back is stressed, and then, your the whole your performance will be affected. So it is very important to train these muscles. Once the incontinence has happened, then of course the management is almost similar to what we do with non-athletic women. But it has been seen, some studies have shown that recovery is better or faster in the athletes, because they are more oriented to exercising, and they take up exercise easily as a part of their program, their training program. And in them, not just simple Kegels exercises, but progressive resistance exercises, say with vaginal cones or with other devices, biofeedback, all this should be used to maintain a very strong pelvic floor. And lastly, how to tackle while the thing is present is that you can give, preventive devices like external urinary collection devices like vaginal tampons, then intravaginal support of bladder neck, or blockage of urine leakage by occlusion. Then you can give protective pads or supportive undergarments. These are, while they go for the performance, to prevent any embarrassment, to the lady while she's doing. So that's about it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And sorry to say, but our time is up, and I did not even realize there were so many more questions which I wanted to discuss, but I guess the time is over. So if there is any other comments coming from the panelists regarding any question that we talked about, anything that any one of you want to comment on separately? Okay, so I think
I don't have a question, but I've thoroughly enjoyed my last 1 hour. It's been so educative. And I know that you are the host and you're supposed to thank, but I just wanted to thank, because it's been there's such varied knowledge that we all have. This panel discussion was a great idea. So thanks Sports Connect, and thank you, Zubia. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Actually, I have a question for Renu ma'am.
Yes.
She said about tampons, ma'am. Does using tampons affect your perineal muscles on the long run?
So actually, see, they will be using this device while giving some kind of a performance and all, not as a regular thing.
Not always.
Yeah. And it does, see, long-term use of any device, if you're keeping it for a very long time, definitely it is going to affect, definitely it's going to affect. But these are all devices or things which you use as, it's an interim measure, which you use only for short periods.
Right, ma'am. You said you haven't seen athletes being informed or trained about pelvic muscles. Here in hospitals, we don't have referrals from the gynecologist for after postpartum. So it is like more of awareness which should be spread among all physicians, primary physicians and gynecologists.
Yeah. I think in my hospital, that is I have made it my business, to get the orthopedicians as well as the gynecologists, to send these patients to us. And of course, and our LBA exercise charts which we hand over to the patients, it has a mention of that pelvic floor exercises are to be done, and we include it as a part of all kind of even osteoarthritis, any surgeries, wherever pelvic floor re-education and training is very important, at least in GTP hospital.
And after learning from ma'am, I have done that. I have make sure that my students do the same as ma'am does. So my students from masters, they definitely make it a point that whenever they're dealing with any patient, be it LBA, be it OA, it's a female patient, pelvic floor has to be given. Immaterial of the condition which is there. And surprisingly, most of the patients are not able to recruit the muscles very well. Even after telling them repeatedly, even the younger females, if you try to tell them to teach them how to do it, it is very difficult for them to understand the concept of recruiting the pelvic floor muscle there.
Yeah, that's what I said, that at the very onset, the moment the female athlete is, once it is decided that she is going to go in for this kind of competitive sport, then all this has to be. There should be a workup, a standard workup where you do a pelvic floor examination, vitamin D levels, estrogen, all this should be checked, and a baseline data should be maintained.
I would like to add one thing, that irrespective of what all we say, this virtual world has made everything so closer, right? Today, if this goes on YouTube, needless to say, if people watch it, they know that they have to work on all these arenas.
True.
So I still feel very positive on all that.
True.
That we all have really gone very closer with this virtual thing, though whatever 2020 got for all of us, but there were many goodies along. See, today we are amongst each other from all parts of the country, which would have been really difficult, So I feel our mental abilities keep changing with the environment. So times to come, things are really, really positive and way ahead with the technology and everything. So
true, ma'am.
That's really beautiful.
That's
I feel that, especially in the case of athletes, there are certain arenas where the trainers are working more, and I think physiotherapists should take over from them, as they are more educated about the physiology and anatomy of the body. So I think there are a lot many areas where the physiotherapists can take over in a better way than the trainers.
Sure, ma'am. I think a lot of physiotherapists who are listening to us and who are participating here in this e-conference would definitely take advantage from whatever we've talked about. We've covered right from research lacuna to pregnancy to various other issues, right from performance to injury prevention. I think we've covered almost all the aspects with sports physiotherapists studying during the 2-year tenure that they have. Thank you so much, all the panelists, and I, Dr. Zubia Vakar, on the behalf of the organizers of the Sports Connect 3, would like to have a small vote of thanks. So I would like to say that the entire Sports Connect 3 team has been working tirelessly on the event since the past 1 year. There was a delay because of which we could not do it last year because of the situation which were there, and I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the panelists for sharing your important work, experiences and opinions today. I know it was very difficult for all of you to take out time for us, and thanks a lot for that. I would also like to thank our media partners and sponsors, without whom it would not have been possible to organize this event. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to all the organizers of the Sports Connect 3 for the perfect logistic support and the guidance, as well as the technical team who helped us in recording this panel discussion. I know I can name multiple number of people here, but due to the shortage of time, as we are already running out of time, I'm going to skip that. And last but not the least, a big thank you for all the entire Sports Connect team, to all the participants for participating in this mega event, and a happy learning to all of you. Thank you, all of you, once again. Thank you.
That was an amazing session on women and sports. Now it's time for the poll. The poll question is, why do women athletes need to be trained differently as compared to male athletes? The options are: women produce less testosterone in their body than men. Women's body undergoes many changes from young age to post-pregnancy to aging. Women's muscle mass is less than that of men. Physiological response to exercises is different in women and men. Thank you.
Khyati College of Physiotherapy is a part of Khyati Foundation. Other than physiotherapy, Khyati Foundation offers courses on nursing, pharmacy, life sciences, BBA, BCA, Masters in Valuation, Design, Engineering, and so on. Khyati World School and Amrut Firdaus School are also part of Khyati Foundation. When it comes to education, Khyati Foundation is the name you trust. 55 years into education, and that's where the base of Khyati Foundation lies. Now let me take you to the tour of Khyati College of Physiotherapy. I am Dr. Dhara Sharma. I have done my MPT in Neurology and PhD from Gujarat University.
Hello everyone. Myself Dr. Riddhi Joshi, faculty at Khyati College of Physiotherapy. I have done my Masters in Cardiopulmonary Disorders, having experience of 1.5 years. As a part of patient exposure, we have various clinics in Ahmedabad. We arrange multi-speciality hospital visits, educational visits, industrial visits, and community-based camp for betterment. We also organize co-curricular activities, curricular activities like faculty development program, student exchange program, and scientific activities for students as well as for the faculties. It is for the growing a better future into the field of the physiotherapy. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Neeti Christian, faculty at Khyati College of Physiotherapy. I have done my Masters in Orthopedic and Sports. I have total of 6 years of experience in the field of physiotherapy. Here, Khyati College has given me the opportunity to grow more in clinical as well as in academics. Here, we have organized a national conference named Confix 80. We are also working on international as well as different workshops for the benefits of our students as well as our staff. Here at Khyati, we do pay attention for the strength and weaknesses of our students. We also encourage and to shape them to become a good physiotherapist for the community and for the nation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Urvashi Jala, and I'm working in the field of physiotherapy since last 9 years, and I'm working at Khyati College of Physiotherapy since last 4 years as a senior lecturer. After working many years in the same institute, I see myself growing and learning every day. Our institute provides us an equal opportunity to develop in the field of physiotherapy for staff as well as for the students. We believe in giving quality education to our students, as education is the movement from darkness to light. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Deepti Desai. I have done my Masters in Rehabilitation and recently joined Khyati College of Physiotherapy, Ahmedabad as lecturer. Here at Khyati College of Physiotherapy, we have a vibrant campus with large cafeteria and sports ground. We also have well-established labs for students to enhance their practical skills and to boost their confidence. We are one of the finest institutes to provide overall facilities to students as well as faculty.
Hello, this is Dr. Bharvi Malavia, working as a lecturer at Khyati College of Physiotherapy, Ahmedabad. I have recently completed my Masters in Cardiopulmonary Disorders. As the first footstep in my profession, I chose Khyati Foundation to give a boost to my career. This is one of the leading and well-reputed educational institutes in the state of Gujarat, which provides a good environment for the overall development of the students. Our main priority is to provide a vision to shape the future. Here, we ensure you get the best experience and memories to cherish.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Tejas Dutt. I have done my Masters in Orthopedics and Sports Rehabilitation. I have been working in Khyati College of Physiotherapy since last 5 years. We have just begun with the year 2021 and we are not going to forget 2020 so easily. From adjusting to the new customs of online classes to strengthening the students for volunteering as Corona warriors, this year was a very difficult one and we are not going to forget so easily.
With the vision to cultivate best physiotherapy professionals, Khyati College of Physiotherapy was established in the year 2015 at the state-of-the-art facility at Khyati Foundation. Since then, Khyati College of Physiotherapy has donned many crowns pursuing excellence. Khyati College of Physiotherapy is affiliated to Gujarat University and is approved by Government of Gujarat and Gujarat State Council for Physiotherapy. Faculties at Khyati College of Physiotherapy believe in quality education and they impart the knowledge with whole heart. And that is clearly reflected in the results. Our student Nisha Nair secured gold medal in Gujarat University examination, and our other students Isha and Pramodita also are amongst top 10 rankers of Gujarat University. Here we firmly believe that learning is just not limited to laboratories and classrooms, and we make sure that for the overall development of the students, we encourage them to participate in various conferences and workshops. In fact, at Khyati College of Physiotherapy, in the year 2018, we organized Gujarat State Level Physiotherapy Student Conference, what we call it as CONFIX, and that is still considered as one of the landmark events in the field of physiotherapy. Other than these events, we also make sure that we arrange yoga sessions, Zumba sessions, and celebration of International Physiotherapy Day, various educational visits and tours for our students' overall growth and development. At Khyati College of Physiotherapy, we have various labs like Anatomy Lab, Physiology Lab, Electrotherapy Lab, Exercise Therapy Lab, Rehabilitation Lab, and so on. These labs are equipped with most advanced instruments to make sure that students are thorough with their hands-on learning skills. In addition to this, students are posted for their clinical exposure to government, semi-government, and corporate hospitals. We also believe in giving back to the community, and so we arrange various health awareness camps and physiotherapy camps for our community. We have organized free exercise sessions for older adults. We have also surveyed musculoskeletal disorder problems for traffic police. Here at Khyati College of Physiotherapy, we make sure that each and every activity that student gets involved into becomes an enriching source of learning for him. Physiotherapy is a profession which allows you to serve the community, and yet it is enormously lucrative. Future belongs to those who pursue their dreams, and we at Khyati College of Physiotherapy are happy to join and guide you in this journey that will give fulfillment to your life.
Please join us now for the Sports E-Conclave. This conclave will be moderated by Dr. Dharam Pandey, and they will be discussing the topic Sports Physiotherapy in India. Are we in the right direction? The panelists are Dr. Meenakshi Pahuja, Dr. Dhananjay Jayawel, Dr. Sheetal Kalra, Dr. Ejaz Asahi, Dr. Shagan Agarwal, and Dr. Aparna Pradhan.
Hello everyone, welcome to Sports Connect 3. And जैसा कि कहते हैं कि जब आपको शब्द कम लगने लगे किसी चीज की तारीफ करने में, किसी चीज को बताने में, तो यकीनन इस चीज को कहा जा सकता है कि या तो ये चीज बहुत ही उम्दा होगी या आपको भाषा की जानकारी नहीं है. So a hardworking team, very hardworking team that has been driving the world of youth sports forward for last 3-4 years in India, and very well said by Dr. Zulfikar Man is that I connect sports, I can't write, right? So that's with that word itself, that word speak a lot, that what the good impact of this sports connect has given across India. And we are able to recognize the talented and enthusiastic young physiotherapists, and they are the true gem of our country. So with this thought, let's begin with this sports conclave, with looking at whether we are going forward in the direction where we are moving in sports sciences, sports physiotherapy, and sports related events, athletes. And we are going to talk a lot about sports, a lot about athletes, and many more. So without any delay, let me welcome our guest today, the panelist, list of panelists, Dr. Dhananjay Jayawel, and he is an expert in pain management, injury and free lifestyle consultant. He is a very keen interest in preventive health. I mean, the preventing injury, and that's very good. He is the managing director of Spectrum Physio Clinics, which is providing facility, physiotherapy and sports facility for in Karnataka and Bangalore and other places also, and very excellent sports physiotherapy services across. And he is also founder of Bangalore Physiotherapy Network. We welcome you on this board, sir, Dr. Dhananjay. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. And next panelist, we have Dr. Aparna Pradhan. She is founder of Dr. Aparna Ekme Physiotherapy Clinic, and she that is an advanced physiotherapy chain in Pune and nearby Pune in Maharashtra, and she is running that sports related physiotherapy services in her clinic. She has been awarded for best physiotherapist brand in Pune with the hand of Mr. Sunil Gavaskar and by Times Group award ceremony. And she is also having received many international healthcare awards, and she is founder of Acme Healthcare Academy, which is running various courses, CME, related to sports therapies, dry needling, manual therapy, and other sports related courses. And next, as I said earlier, that there are less word to explain about the eminent panelist we have today, as Mrs. Meenakshi Pahuja ji. She doesn't need any introduction, in fact, but definitely I would like to highlight some of her achievement in past years, and that to start with, it is very less time to explain all things about her. But she started marathon swimming in August 2006 with a 19-kilometer event, that is Bhagirathi Hubli River in West Bengal. In 2017, she has completed another one, 26.4 kilometer in Switzerland. 2008, Bhagirathi Hubli River, again 81 kilometers swimming, and many more she has. She has also achieved the various Limca book record in 2013, in 2016, and 2018. She has received the Limca book award. And she is also a recipient of highest civilian award of Nari Shakti by the President of India recently. We welcome you, ma'am, on this on board in this panel, and we are very honored to have you here. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining. And another very eminent person in field of physiotherapy, in sports physiotherapy, we would like to welcome Dr. Azaz Asaiji from Mumbai. And he again doesn't need any introduction in field of sports sciences. He is the head of department of Adam Valley Physio Rehab Center, and he is the head of Indian Red Cross Society, Mumbai, India. He has conducted worldwide. He has been associated with the various team like in IPL, Mumbai Indians, and Mumbai Pro Kabaddi team, Ranji Trophy, Delhi, Mumbai, and Indian rugby team, and many more. He has been he has an excellent contribution in field of sports physiotherapy in India, and I'm going to have certain specific questions for him I have prepared, so that we can take advantage of having him in on this panel, and we understand more about sports physiotherapy. Now, next panelist, we have Dr. Sagun Agarwal. Again, he doesn't need any introduction. Very eminent sports physiotherapist. He has been in sports physiotherapy in academic as well as as a clinician for past 22 years. He is a professor and head of department of Institute of Applied Medicine and Research, Ghaziabad. He has been recipient of various national and international award. He has a very keen interest in research, and he has a numerous publications to his account. He is the member of more than 15 professional societies, which is related to physiotherapy field and rehabilitation. He is also involved in public health awareness, more of preventive health for a sports person as well as for the general public. And he has received various awards, as I said. We welcome you all, Dr. Sagun, on the board of the panelists. Today, we are going to take some good knowledge and your experiences, what you're going to say here. The people will definitely get benefited with that. Right. We welcome you, sir. And then, that at last, but not the least, yes, the Seetal ma'am we have on board. And Seetal ma'am is the very, very known person in sports sciences and sports physiotherapy. Presently, she is a professor in DIPSRO, Delhi. That's if I really pronounce well, Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University. I think that's the full form of this. And she has played in a very crucial role in academic and curriculum growth in institute. She has got over 14 years of teaching and hospital experience at places like Guru Jambheshwar University, Indraprasth University, and Manav Rashna International University, and many more. Till date, she has guided more than 35 students pursuing masters in physiotherapy. She has also got more than 30 publications so far in Indian Journal of Health Sciences and Care, and is also receiver of American Journal of Transplantation and Indian Journal of Yoga Health Sciences. She has a number of publications. She is also recipient of Academic Excellence Award by Medanta, very prestigious hospital, Young Achievers Award from All India Institute of Medical Sciences and in New Delhi. So we welcome you, ma'am, on this panel to share your knowledge. And with this note, introducing, and that's the really great part of any panel or any conclave or any discussion session, that we have privilege to introduce our faculty. So with this, we are moving ahead with a question. I'm sure that the people you all are here, will the audience and other people will definitely get benefited with your experiences, and what I will try to ask you the questions or something which is really benefit our youth coming sports physio. So the first I'll go to Dr. Ejaz for the question, as you are always associated with the various team and you are always roaming here and there with the teams and on the field, off the field, both the experience you have. As you are an analyst in sports field and always side by side to athletes too, so can you tell us that how different and back-breaking for a therapist, the treating or rehabilitating a player or athlete compared to treating a general patients who are coming in patients?
Well, it's never been a backbreaking. It's a privilege to be with the team, and we have one of the sports personality who has been swimming since so many years. We love to be with them, but the only thing is, yes, it's challenging because it's less time and maximum work. That's the only thing. What's the difference between the clinical and the on-field physiotherapy? Because you need to give results as soon as possible, and you don't have MRI facilities, you don't have X-ray, you don't have any other diagnostic things with you. Whatever you do with your hands, and trust me, when you do it, it makes a lot of difference, and you feel so happy. Then it's so easy to work in the clinic. You feel, yeah, ye to koi badi baat hi nahi hai. I can do it in 3-4 days only. Why to give it for 2 months, or why to give it for a month? And you learn a lot. You know, first time when I went with Indian rugby, we went to Kandy, Sri Lanka for sevens, and we had a session at 6:30, and New Zealand team, which is known as All Blacks, one of the best teams, I saw their physio in the morning at 5 o'clock. We had to go down almost 2 kilometers from Kandy Mountain to go down and bring the stuff from there, and he was carrying the bucket of ice on his head, like he was carrying one box and bringing it up and keeping it there. So I asked him I said, it's not your job. He said, trust me, I'm a physiotherapist and I need to keep everything ready for my players, and I'm paid for this. Where we feel, no, why the hell I'm a physio, why the hell I should do this? I'm not supposed to, I'm supposed to only treat people. No, this is the part of the treatment. You have to be really down to earth. Every time I say why these Australian, South African physios are better than us, they are not, trust me, they are not better than us in treatment. They are only better than us in their behavior. They know how to handle the situation. Every time I see any injury on the ground, I find my physios, Indian physios, doing excellent job. but there's no presentation. They don't know how to present it. That's the only thing. Saying blah, blah, blah is like, okay, I'm the best. It's not that. But when you see our Indian physios working, they work really hard, extremely hard. I'm seeing since last 2-3 years when I meet all these physios in Pro Kabaddi, in IPL matches, in Ranji Trophy matches, they are really working hard. But the only thing is they need to know exactly that hard work, how it pays. So first of all, congratulate all the physios who have been with the teams, who are working so hard. And you have seen recently the best thing, what one of my colleagues, Nitin Patel, who was with the Indian cricket team, I remember when he came first time, I literally laughed when he spoke about injuries. So I said, Nitin, क्या कर रहा था England में यार? ये सब पूछ रहा है तू मुझे. So we were like discussing, and when I saw him working this time with the Indian team, I don't think any Australian physio or South African physio would have done better job than him. Giving him all the credit, the way he handled it. And yes, it's a tough job. We can't say backbreaking. It's a tough job, but yeah, you understand, you learn how to handle it. I'll give you a small example. When I first time joined Ranji Trophy team, that time in 2000. So I went to the dressing room and I had almost 8 or 9 Indian players in the dressing room. It was Sachin, Vinod Kamli, it was Sairaj Botule, Paras Mamre, Abhi Kuruvilla, Wasim Jafar. All these Indian team players were there. And I told them, let's go for a warm-up. So everyone started looking at me, what is he talking about? And then they sat for some time. Then I went to coach. I said, sir, kya kare? He said, nahi beta, I'll explain you. You come out, they'll come. So later I spoke to Sachin. I said, sir, he said, don't call me sir. You can call me Sachin. So next day morning when I came, I told him, Sachin, let's go. So he came running out. And when I spoke to Kamli, Vinod Kamli, they said, don't speak to him like this. Let's go. Tell him, sir, please, can you come? So I told him, sir, please, can you come? He came before Sachin. So you need to change yourself with them. They'll never change for you. More you change with them, more you become better, more you learn the things, and it becomes easier. Till the time you get their confidence, you have to get them in your loop. It becomes easier to treat their injuries. If they don't have any confidence, it really becomes difficult to treat them because they have seen world of physios. They understand what exactly it is. So if you want to put step in and you want to make a brand of yourself there in their mind, in their body, this is the only way. Change yourself. Let them understand who you are. Let them work on that. And the thing is, when you, any sports people like on this level, on international level, when you go for a treating them, when you start treating them, because they know their body so well, you need to listen to them. You have to understand what suits them. If you start treating like a normal person, what we treat, they never accept it. Because they know exactly their body so well. They know which injuries has happened, how it has happened, how it can be taken care, but they don't have a medical knowledge behind that. So only best thing what we can do for them is we have to make them understand medically. But till the time we don't understand the injury, we don't listen to them, it really becomes very difficult to treat them in minimum time and get them back to the ground.
Very well. This was my next question to you actually, but you very well explained that what are the challenges when you are in dressing room or when you are rehabilitating and a physio. But any specific situation we have any specific challenges being an sports physiotherapist have you faced on ground or off ground? Any specific challenges?
The challenge is every second you have a challenge. See, my name came first time when Mahesh Bhupati and Leander Pace, they were supposed to go for French Open and Mahesh had a groin injury. All the doctors said he cannot play. That is 1998, 99. So that was my first year of, after my graduation, I started working with the sports team. And when I saw his injury, I asked him, are you playing doubles or singles? He said, I'm playing doubles. He said, even if I'm 70% better, so I can go ahead, Ijaz, I don't have any issue. And I said, okay, then I can treat you. Let me try, because if you have to give only 70%, so let me see if we can work on that. Whereas all the doctors, topmost doctors of Bombay, I don't want to take the names, they wrote in newspaper. I still have those headlines in newspaper. when once orthopedic surgeon and doctors have decided, still a physio who has decided to work with Mahesh Bhupati and make him play in French Open is challenging, and is all that thing they wrote. And anyways, it took me 2 months because the tournament was after 3 months, and that's the only time he won the French Open, and he went and played there. That was the first challenge which I got from someone from an international player. And we need to understand one thing very simply: we are just a physio. If I go on a ground and treat the injury, I expect him to get better. If it doesn't get better, that doesn't mean we are the worst. It's simply, you have to say, we are not a god. We are just a physio, human being who tried his best to work on this player. You cannot treat everyone and everyone. You can give your best, but the thing is, I always say, we as a physio can treat the players, but we cannot cure. Let the cure be handled by the god. We treat them, give 110%, treat them perfectly, then leave it to God. If it has to happen, it will happen. If it doesn't have to happen, it won't happen. You try your best, it doesn't matter. But yes, you give your 110%. Don't leave any corner, any stone unturned to get it better. Once you do that, results are always there. And I have seen that. Every time I have treated any injury, any kind of challenges which has happened. I remember in 2007, Ramesh Pawar had a side strain, and we were like supposed to make 265 runs more. We had only 5 wickets in hand. I had to go on a ground. That's a video. I even have a video which I normally show in my workshops. I went there, strapped him, taped him, came back, and he scored a century after that. And there was a hue about it. Indian physio has done this, but it's not right. One of the physios from Australia said, this is not a right way of treatment. So the best thing is, Mr. Gavaskar, Sunil Gavaskar and Mr. Manjrekar asked him a question. He said, we are a cricketer. We know what cricketer does. Once he's injured, he cannot score 10 runs. He has scored century after that. That means our physio has done a good job. So we'll least bother what you're talking about. So these things, when you get the support from our own country people, plus the people like Mr. Sunil Gavaskar or Mr. Manjrekar, so you become happy and you feel like, no, it's a proud moment for you. But yes, you keep on doing the things, let the other things handled by the God. That's what I always feel.
That's fine. And as you said that there are basic like Australia and New Zealand, and you have been traveling across the globe, and you have come across with the various international physios also. What the key, in short, what the key differences what we have in an Indian physios and the physios you have met from the abroad, like Australia or New Zealand and so? Any of the key differences?
Our hands.
Our hands. Okay.
That's the only difference. Yeah. Trust me, I'm just telling everyone, nothing is wrong. Neither dry needling, nor IFT, nor ultrasound, any equipment you use it after using the hands in a sports injury case. Till the time you don't use your hands, you don't mobilize the tissue, you don't release the stiffness, don't use these equipments. I have seen maximum physios. Recently, I'm telling you, last year when I joined New Mumbai as a head physio, every team almost came to me and spoke to me, Ijaz, why is this our Indian physios are just putting the needles and sitting on a phone on a side? Same thing is happening in IPL. Why the hell Australian physios and physios coming from abroad are getting 40-50 lakhs for IPL and our physios are getting only 5 lakhs? It's only the reason these guys, they come from abroad, they teach us the course and make us do the things, whereas they don't do it themselves. If you are with them, you see they'll do everything with the hand, and last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes, they'll do something called IFT, they'll do something called dry needling, they'll do something called hot packs, ice packs. Till that time, they'll work with the hand. They'll do all the mobilization, manipulation, release of the tissues. They make player feel that I have worked on you. And that makes a huge difference on the mental status of a player. And that's where we are lacking. If we overcome that, I don't think any of the physio in the world can come closer to any Indian physio. I'm telling you, I'm assuring you. And the academics we have in India, like I was talking to Sheetal ma'am recently, she was telling me they are starting the now sports, MPT sports. which is a great news for us. Why should we tell our students to go all the way to Australia or South Africa when we have our own people here teaching them? And of course, yeah, there's a huge exposure, and yes, there's more research work. That's I'll tell you one more small thing. When I went first time, we got 30 physios selected from all over world. Every 3 years or 4 years, I don't know exactly. It's rugby physios are considered the world's best physios in sports field because there's contact sport, a lot of injuries. So I got an opportunity of being among one of them. And when I went to Dublin and we started a course first day, so we had an Asian group sitting. I had Sri Lankan, Malaysian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi. We all were sitting on one table. The other people are sitting, the Europeans were sitting on the other table. And this guy from New Zealand was showing us an ankle stability training exercises. So I told these guys, I said, we consider ourselves best physios in the world. He's showing us something which my head of department has taught me in 1994 when I was a second year or third year student. So they said, don't change. You won't get certificate. I said, I'm the best physio. They have considered me a best physio to come from India. If I go back, what will I teach my students there? Should I tell them of my physio colleagues? This is what I've learned, which they know already. They said, no. I said, no, I'm getting on the stage and I'm talking to him. So I got up and I spoke to him. I told him, I said, this is what I feel. And I showed him what we do in these conditions. He said, have you done any research on this? I said, I'm really sorry. If I would have gone into research, my family would have died with the hunger. There's no one to pay me for that. I would have been on the streets of India. So he said, then you cannot speak like this. I said, I'm talking about my experience. I think what I have learned, and I don't think this is the thing which I have come to learn here. So they started ignoring me till the last moment. And I'm telling you how God helps you. And we went from Dublin to Ireland to London. So London, they gave me a smallest team, which was under 19 team. They gave everyone a big league team and they gave me under 19 team. And once the tournament was finished, they called up everyone. And at last they called me in the evening. I remember 6:15, 6:30 it was. And they said, how was your experience? I said, very normal, but yes, I know how Britishers behave with Indians. So there's nothing new about it. So they said, don't speak like this. I said, I'm telling you guys because you don't accept the truth. So they said, what do you mean? I said, why didn't you talk to this player? So we had luckily a captain who sprained his ankle in first match. So I told him, why don't you speak to this guy whom I treated the ankle? So they called that guy and they spoke to him. And he was a captain. He said, this is the first time since my last 3.5 years career when I started rugby at the age of 14 plus. I was 14 and a half. Every time I get injured, my English physio will keep me out of the game for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. It's the first time any physio has made me play without aggravating the injury, and we won the finals. So they couldn't answer me. They couldn't say anything. And after that, they said, okay, fine. So I came back and they sent a mail to my rugby union president, who's Vinod Khanna's elder brother. He misbehaved, he did this, he did that. So I told them whole story. He said, just don't worry, this is how they behave. And after 15 days, I got a call from Hong Kong Rugby. There was one lady who was with us in physio from Hong Kong. She's the Asian Rugby Physio Association, some vice president or something. So she gave me a call. She said, just check International Rugby Football Union mail. It has come on the site. And that guy from New Zealand wrote an apology letter to whole world. It was a mistake and it will never happen again. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying you, the guy who's $1 million baby, sponsored by Adidas, looking after world's #1 team in New Zealand, head physio of that, writing this letter, which I showed in one of the conferences in Goa, that was Ketan Bhatekar's conference. I showed it to the physios. I said, this should be our attitude. If you make a mistake, there's nothing wrong in saying, yes, I have done it and I'm really sorry for it. There's no one God in this world. Everyone makes the mistake. It's not that I went there, it was my arrogance. It wasn't my arrogance. I just wanted to show them we are doing better than any other country. Don't feel bad. So any physio who is going for any of the courses, please respect them when they come to you to teach the course. But ask them, discuss, because you are not a student anymore. You are a qualified physio. You have worked with the team. When you do any course, speak out and tell them your experience. There's nothing shameful if you fail in that. But yes, you can prove yourself. You can tell them this is what we do in India and this is what we are today. And that's what Virat Kohli has done in the fitness level. He has left John T. Rhodes, everyone aside. You will find out of 11, 9 players in Indian team today like John T. Rhodes. This is the level of thing they have taken it. So that's what I want even my young physios to understand. Don't worry, don't get scared of anything. You're qualified physio. Even if I am taking your workshop, you feel there's something you know better than us, please come out and speak about it and say, this is the thing, sir, I have done. And we all will go through that and we'll see that if it's better, we all will take this. And we won't say no to that.
Very well. And really, you have made us proud all over the world, and being an eminent physios. And moving ahead, Ms. Meenakshi, there's a question to you now. Are you there? Yeah. So,
yes, very much here.
Yes, yes.
Go
so,
ahead.
We all are aware that the sports physiotherapist demand in India is rising. In a few decades, we are looking at that it is a demand of physiotherapists, particularly in the sports sciences, is keep rising. So, do you think that there we have enough latest resources and infrastructure for training the athletes?
Well, if you talk about, first of all, congratulations for organizing this and bringing all of us together. And it was wonderful to hear what Dr. Izaz just shared, very deep insight. And to answer your question, you know, we're certainly on the path of progress. And I would say that India is inching ahead. Somewhere we are establishing ourselves as the superpower in sports. When I have to talk about, when you were talking about me as an international swimmer, if I have to talk about my peak international swimming career when I was swimming for the country, the era of 90s, right?
Yeah.
That time it was a struggle. We never had a physio as a swimming team, right? But now what I see, the current Indian team, if it's going for an Asian championship, a physiotherapist is there. When a national camp is happening, the therapist is there. But there are a lot of gaps still. Like in our daily life, you know, we come across so many injuries as a swimmer. Shoulder injury is very common, and I must share that when I was swimming for the country, I got an abdominal injury, right? And I was somebody who was a long distance swimmer. I was, having a national record in 800 meters in school national games. Yeah. So my wrist was very weak, and I used to often get swelling in my wrist, right? And it was only the suggestion of a physiotherapist that made such a big difference that रिस्ट वीक है कोई बात नहीं आप इनको वो जो टेनिस का रिस्ट बैंड होता है वो पहना के स्विमिंग करिए उसमें थोड़ा वेट पड़ेगा तो इनकी रिस्ट जो है स्ट्रेंथन होनी शुरू करेगी क्योंकि हम इनको डायरेक्ट वेट ट्रेनिंग नहीं कराएंगे अभी बिकॉज फर्दर इंजरी हो जाएगी सो जस्ट look at the effort of a physiotherapist made such a big difference. My weak wrist muscles, and you know, the whole thing, which was giving me injury, pain, and swelling again and again. I recovered, healed, and I was comfortably swimming for the country. So there are so many things. I could talk, I could go on, and go on. But when it comes to the facilities and the things, this generation is definitely much more blessed than our generation, I would certainly say, because it was a big struggle in our time when I was swimming for the country, if I have to say this. Open swimming pools. Now you see all these covered, beautiful swimming pools with latest technology. There are teaching aids right there available. All these, the machines are also there. The biomechanical analysis is coming up, and all these things to advance and help an athlete is coming up in our country. It's no longer that you have to go to US or the leading, sporting nations to go and get these advanced trainings. things are changing, but pace is still very slow. I would say that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. The time has changed, and there is a lot of advances has come, and this time the physio has a better and better. Even the athlete and as well as the physio community both has come together, and this is really going to help us in its development of his sports. Ma'am, do you think that being a swimmer, and do you think that there is some specific issues being a female athlete, I would say, focusing on that matter, that the female has a various triad and they have certain hormonal imbalance, and later on in life, that do you think that these things really does matter in a career of in his sports and being an athlete?
Somebody who works very closely with women in sports, because I work with Lady Shri Ram College and I've been promoting a lot of women athletes, especially. I would really like to say that, there are very sensitive issues, and at times a young athlete is not able to speak up. Yeah. And there are so many indirect discriminations, right there in the system. You see, which makes it a point that a woman gives up a sport very early in life. Let's say if a woman is getting married, iska to career khatam ho gaya. Now, you see internationally, the mother of three kids, though Mary Kom is an exception in India, Krishna Punya was an exception, and you see Sania Mirza now. But there are all these stereotypes still there, very much there, who just go to, ensure that women gives up. Now, that's not a right approach. Why still if it's a feeding mother, then in our national camps, we don't see provisions feeding mother can keep a baby with her, right? Why she is still demanded to leave the baby with the family members and report for a national camp. These are all somewhere indirect discriminations, which I'm sure as a developing country, we will revisit all this and make provisions that it's an equal platform for a woman to excel and continue till she wants. Give her that space to be treated equally somewhere. Yeah.
Definitely,
So there are a
definitely.
lot of you know so many issues. If I may take a minute, we all know, it's a monthly thing that a woman is going to be menstruating, but she's not able to speak up or tell her coach or the national camp authorities or whatever. But it's an understood natural phenomena. But still, the provisions are not there. We go to any of the Indian sporting stadiums, you don't see even a normal thing like a sanitary pad or anything available. And there's so many medical issues, like you mentioned about the hormonal changes and so many things around that. The woman is not comfortable, but you don't see a gynae available with the Indian team, right? So a lot of things have to be still worked on, and make provisions that a woman gets a congenial environment, she gets there, what she wants to talk, what she's going through, and her performance. When we talk about an elite athlete, we're talking about the performance. So we need to ensure that there is that kind of an environment where she can speak up freely and she can be at her best. That's what we are looking at the sporting platform.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to hear from you, that how the in a woman athlete has a problem, and how they whether they have. Dr. Seetal, can you highlight a little bit about that, being in a sports and being in a female and in a sports field? How would you take care of these patients, and how like how you'll become closer to them, that they can speak to you during their difficult times when they are athletes, and there are a lot of hormonal changes, and later on they have bone demineralization early or something kind of that, these things. So how would you take care of this if this happened?
Yes, Dr. Dharam. Actually, I am into academics, but still, as part of our MPT students training program, I got opportunity to visit some, sports academies during their training programs, Karate Private Academy in Gurgaon.
So, so what you were mentioning just few minutes back, you were mentioning about female athletic pride. So this is something which just does not exist in books.
Yeah.
This is something very much prevalent. I have personally experienced, young girls, who were into the karate academy and were having symptoms, which were mimicking some one or other kind of eating disorder. And believe me, none of the, forget about the sportsman, forget about the female, even the coach or the trainer, they were not aware of this particular condition. And this was really, very tragic. We are losing our young talent just because, because of lack of awareness, just because the female athlete is not aware of this particular condition, how this can harm her career, this can harm her body, this can harm, her performance. So, to this is very important that all these lacuna, these gaps should be taken care of. So it is very important that awareness should be created regarding these conditions, and a lot more, discussions should happen regarding these female issues with the coach, with the sportsmen, so that, these things come up and we can sort out these issues, and, a female does not just end up with a lost career into sports. Like we have Jenna Parker, a very famous, pro triathlete who lost her career at a very young age because of this condition. Female athlete tried just because of lack of awareness. She was not aware of it, and just at the in her 20s only, she suffered from osteoporosis and, fractures. So this is really very tragic. So I believe a lot of awareness needs to be created regarding these issues. So this would really help in, upliftment of the career of a female sports physios, female
Definitely.
who are into sports.
Yeah, definitely. That's the female triad athlete is really a matter. And Dr. Aparna, being an sports physio and being training various patients as well, can you tell us that do you get patients, athlete patients in your clinic, and treat them? Will they able to tell their problem in front of you, and you try to understand that yes, she is female and she has an specific issues, and I have to take it in a specific manner? So can you just highlight that? Please unmute yourself, Dr. Aparna.
Hello, sir. I'm very pleased to be among you all pros of physiotherapy. And really, it's a big challenge to treat a person. I recently had a female athlete who is an international bodybuilder. So I'm also neurophysiotherapist, and as well as I am a chiropractor, as well as I have done so many courses with the laser as well. So this girl came with the neuropathy, and she drugged herself a lot. So before the corona, she was taking part in international bodybuilder competition, and she was third winner. And she used a lot of dopamine, and then later on, once she withdrew and her food habits changed, she had a great food drop, and no reason she had neuropathy. So it was a great challenge for me to bring her back, because she aspired to do it again on a bigger level. So here, as a clinical therapist, I did trial of lasers with this neuropathy. So I already worked on so many faces and rotator cuffs before that, and neuropathy is something where you have a question mark. So many doctors said that you will never be able to be in sports again. And it was peak corona time, and she is really here in Pune for treatment, looking towards a physio to get her back to her dream. So then through the femoral nerve and sciatic nerve and common peroneal nerve points, I had done great work. I have videos of it. She was completely foot dropped. We worked on her nutrition. She was deprived completely off from fat diet, because they believe that only protein is the thing which is going to help, but we need lipid to work on our myelin sheath. I had to get that paralysis back, and I could do it in 4 months time, and this foot drop is going. See, these people, that's what story of infrastructure of the female athlete and female bodybuilding. The very lacking point is they never had such a good nutritionist. They always take shortcut of hormones, and they make body, and then full awareness was not there how to withdraw it and how to not change body. Because of the corona problem, they couldn't maintain the nutrition part, and she withdrew suddenly, and this neuropathy came up, and whole career was a question. So for me, it was a very big challenge, because she is in sports. Her upper body I had to keep alive. Her upper body muscles were supposed to be very good. At the end, foot will come. Until then, I had to work on her thighs and her other body parts. So I tried to maintain her body, and I came to know we have to struggle so much. There's no sponsor. She used to she has to really put so much money, and physios are not around for female bodybuilders. So still in 2021, when things have changed so much, we have to put the little focus on this aspect of female body builder. I myself, I'm a mountaineer. I have climbed 19,000 feet on Dukrani Bama Glacier from NIM, Nehru Institute of Mountaineering. So I do understand how important it is to get back to the sport, get your dreams done. This was a little experience of mine with the neuropathy, foot drop. Plus, I had many cases of rotator cuff injury where people have tournament. I had a player who wanted to go to Ranji, and he had severe injury, and his operation was there. See, he had grade 3 injury, which I had to find out with MRI. Yes, I'm in a clinical knowledge. I have a clinical setup, so I have really more than like Ajaz sir. He's a magician, but we have really little time to work on patients. So I saw MRI. We found grade 3 tear, but Ranji was just coming post-operatively. He could have gone, but we have to prepare his muscle. So I had to work on him every day. I would tape, I would let him play. Plus, I knew that just after surgery, I have to take him back again. So when people come to clinic, they have really very big high expectations. So I would just suggest all the sports physios, if they have a clinic also which is highly technically sound, which really can add into it, it's never bad. Yes, like Ajaz sir said, you have to do a lot of manual techniques. So I do a lot of shoulder mobilization, and I use grade 4 thrust for, like, I'm a chiropractor also. So for ankle, yes, we have to work on fibula and tala joint, and that is the first thing. Then comes strengthening. When alignment is good, we can heal very fast. You have injury in 12 to 24 hours. Your sportsman will perform much better if your protocol is good. And we have lot of freedom in India of treatment. Like, I met people in Germany, and they had really very bounded hand. That way, Indian private practice is very open. We can mix therapies and we can work on the patient. So it's been a very good experience for me. I'm really happy that as a private practitioner, I have a lot of freedom to work on, but I just want the female athletes to have little more access to facilities, and they should be more aware about how do they work good with nutrition rather than just thinking about hormone injections. Really, there should be a lot of physio work involved in bodybuilding team. That is the area where female body very less exposed. It's not work, that corner is not worked. So much of cricket and football is going on, but this is beautiful. We can really help them, letting them know how healthy ways are, and how they can increase their performance, taking prescriptions at correct time from physio.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a well elaborated and very clear message to all physios and how we can treat. And you talked about very specific injuries. Moving to Dr. Dhananjay, as Dr. Aparna was explaining that there is some sort of neuropathy and some sort of what is specific injuries. And I have been seeing that you have been involved with many of cyclists and the preventive care and you are providing services. What a specific type of injuries you come across with these cyclists whom you provide services?
A wonderful question, Dr. Dharam Pandey. And first, I'd like to congratulate this Sport Connect, a wonderful initiative to reach qualified, experienced physiotherapist experiences to share in this forum. I really appreciate Dr. Aziz Ali, Adami Physiotherapy and Rehab Center. So wonderful talk. I really appreciated your points towards which to be reached to the physiotherapist. I hope I'm a junior to you only. I'm still proud to learn a lot from you to get along. Coming back to this question, Dr. Dharam Pandey, we have seen a lot of memes, like to reduce your weight, start cycling. And then if you look at it, start cycling, go to a doctor. And why cycling causes pain? This is about 20 years backstory. Now, if you look at it, cycling sport has become a rich men game. Okay, so everybody get into this cycle saddle. This, you can see the nature, get along and come back. And I was participating for last 11 years with a lot of cycling long distances. It's a 1,000-kilometer ride. Every day they ride around 150 to 200 kilometer. So a couple of two riders, where would I have to put? There's one guy who's having night blindness. So he won't do something, achievement in his life. He started doing it, 150-kilometer race and everything. And there's an interesting case, a patient with ankylosing spondylitis history. They want to cycle. There's one patient who is having listhesis. Some good physiotherapists have suggested the best exercise is cycling, landed up cycling. So this type of riders, when they come into this, is a 1,000-kilometer ride in about 6 to 8 days time. We have to cover 150 or 120 kilometers in a day. So there are some elite riders like our experts, Ajali's physiotherapists and the cycling riders. They just finish 150 kilometers in 6 hours. There's another group where they start with the later time, gets along. So in my cycle of seeing the cyclist with common specific injuries or my kind request to all the physiotherapists, those who are handling nowadays with a lot of cyclists and the runners, look at preventing the injuries for a cyclist. Are you fit to do the fitness? Is my mantra even earlier. When somebody goes to the fitness center, are you fit to do it? Let this society go and meet a physiotherapist to assess your muscle fitness and joint mobility to get along. Coming back to the cyclists, I am in with this, most of this national riders like Navin John, and there's an Indian nationalist, Kiran Kumar Raju, who is an MTB mountain bike cyclist. I used to interact with them and I found out, as Dr. Ajaz Ali said very well, you mingle along with them. Our hands are best than anybody in this world. But if you are not mingling with their expectation of, they know better than us about their body. So when they have the injuries, you need to get along with what is their expectation to reach it, fix it up. I noticed with this two type of disease disorder riders where they get along. One is ankylosing spondylitis, another one is a night blindness guy. The drama with the night blindness guy is we realized after the third day only that he is night blind. We used to push him to complete the ride till 7 o'clock to do it. And this ankylosing spondylitis patient, my job is, it's a funny word to use it. We sit in a car and look at their buttocks, how it is shaking when they're pedaling. Okay. So when they move around, because this I started doing it on my 6th year or 7th year of my ride, because everybody comes with knee injury. Everybody comes with the ankle shoe. I'm looking at the cleats, non-cleat shoes. As he said, some foreigners trained me and they are not practicing what they are teaching us. Then we found out the pelvis is not dropping properly. If the pelvis is not dropping properly, they have to reach more force on one leg or the other leg. Nowadays, a lot of things has come. Magnetic cleats, power to check it and everything. And ankylosing spondylitis guy, we know the pelvis, lumbar, everything is fixed. He's not dropping even left side or right side, but he's getting knee pain. So it's like an amazing thing. Then I went to look into this, not just the anatomical fitness of our body, the bike mechanic, the bike structure, we call it as a frame, drop, saddle height and everything. that had played a major role in the specific condition, a guy who has an ankylosing spondylitis. So like this, we have a crazy one, Mr. Colonel, who had worst degenerative diseases of the osteoarthritis of knee. I banned him, saying that you cannot ride. I'm sorry, there was a call, I need to disconnect. So post that, he completed that 1,000-kilometer race, and then he underwent a replacement. There's no other option, he has to do it. But we were with him to survive that pain, complete his achievement in his life, whatever he wanted to do it, he had completed it. Okay, I don't want to take much time. These are a few questions which you asked related to the cycling injuries and how we handle it. Thanks, Mr.
Definitely. And Dr. Sagun, moving to you, as Dr. Dhananjay said that about cyclists, like how do you look at that off-ground training? Like he was talking about the more of prevention and things. Like, can you please highlight that the training, importance of training session by physiotherapist for an athlete off ground, why it is important, and why it is necessary to train even when there is no season for playing and the athletes should be trained off the ground. Dr. Sagun, you are mute, I think. No, we can't hear you. I think Dr. Sagun's internet connection is poor. I just take these questions to Dr. Dhananjay yourself, that how important it is to train athlete off ground, if you could answer.
See, that's a wonderful question. Really appreciate it. As I use the word, are you fit to do the fitness? So generally, as a fitness physiotherapist or a physiotherapist who had an experience in strength and conditioning, nowadays that has become a most important role in a preventive injury management. So rather than looking at a person who's having injury, treating them and claiming the word called rehabilitation, nowadays it become a preventive injury program. So most of the individual which we look at in our practice in the last 10, 12, so it is highly found out with the results where you give them the mobility, ability, joint and the muscle. We analyze it, and if you look at the program to be created, his need. I'm sorry. So we need to create a program as per his need on the performance. I handle most of them are cyclists or the long distance runners. And I don't have a patience like Dr. Ajis to treat a cricketer into that extent of putting them 3 hours, 4 hours of aggressive preventive program every day, because that is a professional physio players where they do it. Whereas the cyclists and the runners, they do for their fitness practice level. To prevent their injury, always a pre-assessment program. Even if there is no injury, you plan for it, you design the program, get it monitored whenever the rehabilitation program goes along with this as a preventive, and get along with this ensuring that the same condition should not recur with their athlete. That gives a very good potential effort on the physiotherapist performance.
Right. Moving ahead, moving ahead to Dr. Seetal, like whatever the things we are available, we are doing practical. What Dr. Rizaz said, what Dr. Dhananjay said, and all of you explained how we are going to treat the athletes on the ground or places. Is that the syllabus, the academic things, what we have come across, and whatever the syllabus we study related to a sports physiotherapist, is our syllabus and our the practical scenario is matching?
Sir, that's a very good question. I started my career as a sports physio, working for an academy, right? For a football academy. I worked there for a good years, for around 2 years, and then I switched to academics. So it's been 15 to 16 years that I'm into academics now. So for a good number of years, I think around 6 to 7 years, we followed that age-old syllabus which we adopted from some government and private universities, not just sports PT, but also BPT related syllabus and curriculum. So which was, quite obsolete. So to be very honest, but at a particular point of time, we realized that this is the time that we need to, change the syllabus and curriculum, because there are a lot of advancements and coming up nowadays, a lot of advanced things, technologies, rehabilitation program, recovery, programs, training programs and all. So we really needed to refine our syllabus, delete all the obsolete topics. So in my previous workplace, SGT University, we made it a habit of revising our syllabus every year, wherein we would call people from industry, right? From industry, I mean to say some hospitals or sports teams and all. So just to have their inputs regarding what all things needs to be deleted in our syllabus and curriculum, and what all new things needs to be added in that, so that it is at par with what is the need of the industry, right? So I would say that time is changing now, so we are revising our syllabus, we are according to the things which are happening in the field of sports. So we have added almost all the latest things which are there, but just one university doing a change won't suffice. So this is need of the hour, that there should be some central council should be there which looks after uniformity of syllabus, and that too devised in a way, that too made it prepared in a way which has all the latest things, updated things, and all those obsolete things which are redundant things which are taught again and again should be deleted from our syllabus. So this, I think all the universities, they should take a joint effort in in doing this exercise. And recently, I would say at Dipsar University, I joined here last year only. So under the guidance of our honorable vice chancellor sir, though he's from pharmacy, right? So we had a meeting of all the heads of the councils of different states of India. So we had a meeting, we had, I think on different occasions, we had a meeting wherein we discussed about different aspects of how to revise our syllabus and curriculum. There we took their inputs, and we are in the process of having a very good syllabus and curriculum, so that can be adopted by all the councils, whichever are existing right now. So because we don't have a central council, so this is need of the hour. We need to update our syllabus, and all the university heads should put in their efforts for this. So this is my take on this.
Definitely. Thank you, ma'am. And Dr. Sagun, are you there? And Dr. Sagun? Dr. Sagun? We can't hear you.
I think there's some network issue with
Yeah, there is some network issue. Anyway, so it would have been really nice to hear from Dr. Sagun. He's a very experienced person in this sports sciences, but unfortunately, we are not able to connect with him. So moving on to the next question in a very short from Dr. Izaz, from you, that how is the life of a sports physiotherapist of the season? When your team is not playing, how is the life of a sports physiotherapist? What they are doing?
See, their life is all about their sports. Like I always feel the sports people in professional life, they don't get basically time for other things. If you see them, they still take away the time to keep in touch, keep in practice. Even if you see their injuries.
I'm talking about physiotherapist.
Yeah.
Sir.
I'm coming. Sorry, as a sports physiotherapist.
Sports physiotherapist when when off the season.
I remember in 2000 when we were called to NCA. So there was Andrew Lupus was the head physio there, and he told us, you guys have to be here for 3 months. You guys have to sign a contract for 3 months. I said, what after 3 months? Where will we go after 3 months? If you are leaving the clinic after this course, where will we go? They said, that's your business. That's how the Australians live, how the South Africans live. If you see the maximum physio, international physio from different countries, either they are divorcees or they don't marry. They don't have any family life.
Okay.
This is the truth of a sports physiotherapist. When I started traveling initially, and when my daughter was born, I don't know when she has grown up and when she has come to the class 10th. And I realized that after 7 years, 8 years, yes, I have a daughter whom I have to look after.
Yeah,
This is the
fortunately, you
life.
don't have.
Yeah, you don't have any other life. The thing is, once you are with the team, I remember in IPL, I used to be on a ground. I used to treat them till 2 o'clock in the night. Next day morning, again a match or a traveling. There's no life at all. But the only thing is, yes, if you want to achieve that status in life, and as I always say, I always tell all my physio colleagues, we have limitations. As a physio, we have limitations. If any of the player who come to me to the clinic, like we have Asia's one of the biggest center now, as you all know, it's under Red Cross, which is 15,000 square feet. So we did evaluation of all the pro kabaddi players this year. And the best thing is, when I was out of sports for some time, so they called me, they said, Ejaz, you need to train the coaches now because they are not medically, they don't have a medical background. Every time you guys say the player is fit, so the coaches say हमने खेल चुके हमको पता है fit कहाँ unfit कहाँ. So you need to guide them medically. This is a different level. A pro kabaddi player who was being sold last year for 1 crore 49 lakhs. In pro kabaddi, no one thought about it. A kabaddi player earning 1.5 crores in a 2 months time. So the thing has reached to the different level. So yes, when you get a rest, so as a physio, I don't have any rest. We have clinics, we have departments to work on. Yes, but we have a time in the evening to be with the family, to enjoy our family life. At this age, yes, that's what you can do. And one more thing I want to explain today, I got a platform to speak. So that's why I'm trying to express my feelings to everyone. Respect each other. If tomorrow Dr. Sheetal or Dr. Aparna or Dr. Dhananjay, as he rightly said, so I checked his pelvis, I did observation, that's the best thing. But when any of your player comes from the Pune, from say Dr. Aparna's clinic to me, the first thing what I should do, pick up the phone and call Dr. Aparna. Like if this bodybuilder comes to me, I speak to her what all you have done, because she has taken her from level 0 to level 7. From level 7, if she has come to me with my specialty, I'll still speak to Dr. Aparna and tell her what all you have done, so I can take it from there, rather than saying that, which I have seen maximum physio saying, ye sab to galat hai jo kiya hai, ab aap ye kar lo, which puts our profession down. So thinking of everyone, I feel like we should understand, respect each other. We all have limitations. We all try our best to reach to the level. So if it's not happening, it's not that you don't have a knowledge. You have done your best. If it happens, very good. If it doesn't happen, don't worry. Let someone else do it. Same way, one more thing I want to say as a physio, why it becomes the biggest failure for a physio. Every time you hear from the BCCI manager, a player failed fitness test, and whole blame comes to the physio. And when I spoke last, I told them very clearly, our physios are doing only rehab. From there, they go to the trainer. Your trainers are not medically trained. They have done 3 months ka course. They are the gym fitness trainers. They don't know exactly the biomechanics of the body. That's where our physio thing fails. So requesting all the physios, till the time you don't make player fit to play, don't give it to anyone else. Just train them, because you have a medical background. You know exactly which muscle how to train. Take them to the ground, train them as a sports physio, and then send them to the team for the fitness test.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ejaz. And with this note, the time is short and there is too much to talk. A lot of
I want
things.
to say something. It's really nice to see him, and I am really pleased that we have today him. And it's a great pleasure to see you all. And research team, ma'am, meeting you is a pleasure. And your experiences were great. Hope all physios take it and they unite and they learn that physio is a power. It's not a weakness.
That's
99% physio think that they are in a wrong career. You know, you can make any amount of money. The moment you show your work,
Very right.
anybody can dance behind you. Any millionaire, billionaire will be behind you, because your hands are everything. You have to trust in yourself, not on ortho. Okay, if he says, then I will do. First, believe in yourself. Why orthos are turning in physiotherapy? In physiotherapy, we have a doctor in general surgeon in Pune. I don't want to take name, but he went Australia, learned physiotherapy. He became physiotherapist, and our physios think that they are doing shit and they don't respect themselves. This is the biggest thing. You have to respect the soul of physiotherapy. First, trust in physical hand therapy. So that this message and this panel will be seen by so many physios. So I strongly recommend, believe in physiotherapy, respect your clinical work, clinically apply your theory. It really helps. It guides us whole life.
Dr. Dharam, I love the josh and enthusiasm of my young physios. Really good.
Yeah.
Keep it up, beta. Keep it up. Very nice.
How's the Josh?
How is the josh?
Yeah.
Doctor, Dr. Dharam,
Yes,
am I
Dr.
audible?
Sagun, I'm coming to you. I'm
Welcome, doctor. Welcome.
Welcome. You are here.
Welcome, sir.
In a
Yeah.
Please.
I would. Sorry, I'm not good in the technical things, but
That's fine,
just
sir.
a message to all
You
the
are
young
best, sir.
physios. Sports is a very upcoming branch is there. Okay. I started teaching in the 2003. Then there was only 3 students in the sports branch. But this year, every sports medicine seats are filled, and my every physio which is passing MPT in the sports, they are getting a very good job. There is an example of today. Today, Bhubaneswar Sports Authority has given up a job for a sports physiotherapist. 2 lakhs per month is package is there, and the sports medicine package is less than it is there. So I would say sports physiotherapy is the upcoming field. Every physio should go for this thing. And as Dr. Ijaz has said, we have to work with the hands. Our all skills are in hands are there. So all we physios should work on the hands-on skill. If you have got the hands-on skill, definitely you can achieve your goals. This is my thing is there. Definitely, as we would require all the help of all the senior physios for training all our upcoming physiotherapists, because definitely we doesn't require any modalities and all these things. We should believe on the hands-on skills usually, and definitely, as Dr. Ijaz said, we require taping, we require the dry needling, everything we require, but we require our hands, because all the surgeons, Sidiq and all, everybody has said up, you should be first diagnose the thing, then you should treat with your hands is there. So we physios should have the good hands with us.
Thank you, Dr. Sagun. Nice.
Thank you, Dr. Sagun. Unfortunately, we found you back in the panel.
Yeah, fortunately.
And we got your very valuable inputs at last, at least. So thank you so much. There is a lot of things to be talked about sports physiotherapists and sports physiotherapy, about sports. There are a lot of things to be talked about, but definitely the time is less, and somehow we have to stop the session. Otherwise, it will be keep going and going and going on. So with this notes, I would like to thank everyone for joining here in this panel and accepting our invitation to join this conclave. Thank you, Dr. Ajaz. Thank you, Dr. Seetal ma'am, Dr. Dhananjay, from your precious time. Dr. Aparna, she was training some athletes or treating somebody, and she came